Check 3, check 4. What's up, everybody? I'll be right with you. Ads are still running. I gotta wolf down a snack really quick. Okay, we're here. Sorry about that. Things are happening. Things are happening. Mad Locust, welcome in. What's going on here? Let's see. No, I have not played Blue Dragon. Getting a 360 in some of the games that are locked to it is actually kind of on my 2025 list. So, let's see here. You've redeemed add next game to the poll with the answer backlog. So, are you taking a look and deciding what game you want to pick? I want to make sure I'm not missing something here. Yeah, I actually don't have a 360 yet, but I do own a copy of Viva Pinata. Hopefully you're not saying you want me to play Viva Pinata, because I don't have a way to play that either. You can certainly pick a different game for the next poll, if you would like. It's not like a one and done. Or if you want your points back, that's totally fine too. If I'm not able to play the game that you want me to play. Just let me know. Okay. I'm a little late. I forgot to eat again, which is what happened to me on Tuesday. But also, I'm trying a new thing out with Backlog Baby right now at start of stream, and I'm not sure how it's going to work out, so that took a minute to set up. Right now, it's looking like it's not going to go super great, but we're going to try for a little bit longer here. Is Breath of Fire 3 on the poll? Oh, you're asking if it's gonna be on the poll already, and if not, you would like to pick that. I see. I would have to counter. I know a lot of people don't think so, and this doesn't matter to everybody, but I would like to play Breath of Fire 1 and 2 before 3. I have decided. I used to feel differently about that, but now that I have a way to play patched and modified versions of 1 and 2 on hardware, I would like to do that. So if you would like to add Breath of Fire 1 to the poll, I will do that for you. Otherwise, I can give you your points back, or we can pick something else. But most of the time, there are notable exceptions, but most of the time, if something's in a numbered series, I want to play the first one first. Most of the time. I used to not care about Breath of Fire 1 and 2, and I was just like, I want to play 3 and 4. So if you would have caught me like a year ago, I would have been like, sure, Breath of Fire 3 on the poll. But I have changed my stance, and I now have a setup where I can play modified versions of 1 and 2 on hardware. The main reason I didn't want to play 1 and 2 is because I couldn't play them on hardware, or I would have to play the original versions that are apparently like a nightmare. And so apparently somewhat problematic, but I haven't been able to get to the bottom of that claim. But it's mostly just like the encounter rate and blah-de-blah-de-blah. But I have some retranslated and encounter rate modified, all kinds of patches, quality of life type stuff for Breath of Fire 1 and 2. Locked and loaded and ready to go on my new Super FX Pack Pro. Vagrant Story. All right, I can do Vagrant Story for you. Can do. Thank you for using your channel points to add a game to the poll. Mad Locust, I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. That is a cool choice. Vagrant Story. Mad Locust. I'm just writing this down so that I can remember to do it after stream. So, I am going to consider Vagrant Story an RPG. So it will go on the next RPG poll. So that means it will be up against Final Fantasy Tactics, Dot Hack Part 3, and I guess Suikoden V. On our next RPG poll. So whenever we beat Suikoden 4, that's when you'll see it. Okay, I've got the music down. Things are looking pretty good here. Let's get switched over and caught up, and I'll tell y'all what's going on today. Let's see. We're going to go right here, and we're going to go right here. How we doing? Greetings and hello. Welcome in. What's new? It's Friday. Oh, you'd vote for Suikoden V over Vagrant Story? Yeah, you can change your mind if you want. You can. It's totally cool if you want to change your mind. But that's pretty much assuredly what's going to be on the next poll. So until we finish this machete order, I'm like dying to play the other two tactics, or the other two games. I Freudian slipped tactics. I've been putting tactics and dot hack on every RPG poll that we've ever had, because I'm dying to play those games. But the third slot game keeps winning, or the fourth added by channel points slot. You want to keep it? Okay, cool. I'll give you till the end of today's stream to waffle and change your mind if you feel like you want to change your mind. But yeah, I got commissioned to play Suikoden 1 through Ko-fi. Somebody paid money to say, you play this game now, and I said, okay. And then after Suikoden 1, I was like, we just gotta go right into 2. We didn't do a poll, I just went right into 2. And then I was like, okay, I'm fine with taking a break from Suikoden, but if you guys want to keep seeing more, I'll put it on the poll, and then you gotta vote for it. And that's how we got to Suikoden 4. Because that was the next game in my machete order. I'm going 1, 2, 4, 5, 3. Thank you to the person who made me play that series. Yeah, that would be our long timer Onimar. Onimar's been around for a long time. Okay, let's see. Let's get loaded into the game and do a recap. Oh, I need to tell you what's going on with Backlog, baby. Not that you really need to know, but normally, this is part of why I was late. Backlog Baby is normally right at my feet when I start streaming, but he's been doing this thing lately where there's kind of like a mini witching hour, which we call wizard time, in our house. That's been happening like right at 12 noon every single day, which is when I go live. But it doesn't only happen on days that I go live, so it's not associated with me going live. But it seems like he gets really, if you don't know what witching hour is, it's where they get fussy for seemingly no reason. And our main one is at night, like 8 to 10 p.m., where he's just kind of like inconsolable for a little while. But this 12 o'clock noon one started kind of out of nowhere recently. I mean, I guess they all start out of nowhere, but it was unexpected that a second one would crop up, I suppose. And so we were trying to crack the code on it. And yesterday, it was really quiet in the house, and it was rainy, and he fell asleep on his playpad downstairs, which is where it normally is. It's usually like on the living room rug. We have his playpad down there on a little cushion, so that if we're like watching TV or in the kitchen, he can be down there playing. You know, that's where he goes after he eats. And he fell asleep, and I didn't want to move him because it was getting close to the time where he would start being a wizard. And I was like, well, I'll just leave him until he fusses, and then I'll move him to where I normally would move him during that time, which is usually either the swing that's in here or like his bassinet, which is in the room that I'm sleeping in right now. Not important to you guys. But I just left him there because he was sleeping soundly, and we stayed quiet. It was kind of dark, and he slept through the wizard time at 12 o'clock. And so we're like, oh, okay, maybe he just needs it to be really quiet during that time, and like that can be like a little nap time, because he hasn't had like a consistent nap time. Like, he sleeps a lot, so we don't have to like make him take a nap. You know, usually you have to like appoint a time and like make them take a nap. And that's kind of a thing that we'll get to as he gets older, I think. So I tried it out today. I put him in his room. He has his own room, but he rarely spends time in there. So I moved him up there, after he ate. And he's on his play pad, so he can wake up and play if he wants to play. But it's like very dark in there, and the white noise is going, so he can nap. And it's kind of working. Like, he's doing better than he would be if he was in here. He would have to be in the swing if he was in here. But he's not doing like he did yesterday. He's like waking up, he's rolling around, he's fussing a little bit. So I may have to go get him and put him in the swing. I have a monitor so I can see him. There's a monitor right in front of me. I can see him, even though he's 2 rooms away. And I could hear him also if I wanted to. So we're just kind of trying this out. Might be a new thing. But he's currently not... He's like woken up, slept. He's not sleeping straight through like he did yesterday. But we're going to see. I'm going to keep an eye on him. If this could be a new thing, it would be great. It'd be good for him. And good for me. Especially on stream days. But we do whatever he says. Wait, where are my notes? Oh, this is the last time I played this game. Wow, I took very few notes last time we played this game, last week. I took less than a half a page. I guess we did mostly just kind of like warp around and get recruits. We didn't do a whole lot story-wise. But we did have one big key point. Let me get the game going here. I'll turn this music off. We'll boot into the game. We'll have game music for the recap. That'll help me when I'm stamping the VODs later. I'm working on getting all of my RPG VODs on YouTube. And happy to say that there is only one more game to do before I'm all caught up. Which is Skies of Arcadia. Sea of Stars is all up. It just hasn't started airing yet. Wait. Hold on. Okay, I see what's going on here. Sorry, it took me a second to parse that. I was seeing the 52 as my level, and the 48, so I was like, what's going on? 52 is the hours. But yeah, last week we did get a big story beat, and we're like right on the cusp of it here. So we're going to start off with some action. Let's do a recap, shall we? Oh, real quick to finish up the YouTube VODs conversation. I'm going to try to... So, Sea of Stars is up and scheduled, but it hasn't started airing yet. But it will start airing, I think, on the 16th or something like that. Next week, for sure, it starts going up. And then there's like, one episode, or one stream. I shouldn't call it an episode. One stream like every couple of days or so until it's all up. And then I'm going to try to... I'm going to try to get Skies of Arcadia all stamped between now and when I finish this game and get it uploaded, and it'll be scheduled to air when Sea of Stars ends, and then my goal will be to get this series, Suikoden IV, all stamped and uploaded and scheduled so that it can start right when Skies of Arcadia ends, if that makes sense. So I'm going to try to be like caught up on RPG VODs. And then obviously, depending on what RPG we play next, there might be a gap. Because I don't upload VODs as I play the game for a lot of reasons. One, because it's a lot of work. Even though I don't actually edit the videos down at all, I just upload the raw VOD as it is. But just scrubbing through it to add the timestamps for the chapters takes a long time to do for, 10 to 20 something VODs on an RPG playthrough. Because I go through there... Oh, hey, B. I go through there and I just mark like, when does the stream actually start? Because sometimes my starting soon screen is like 12 to 15 minutes, especially lately. And I mark if I stop playing the game to do like a segment. So every time we go to the wheel, anytime I do like a soda or push-ups or whatever the heck it is, I put a chapter in there for that so that if somebody is there just to see me play the game, they can jump to all those parts and skip all the yapping and all the other stuff. It's like this right now would be under like chatting or whatever. And then when I actually start reading my notes, it says recap or whatever. Just doing that is a lot of work. It takes probably 10 to 20 minutes per VOD, depending on how the stream went. You know, sometimes it's real balls to the wall, just stream, game ads, really simple. But other times it's like, oh, there was like a bunch of gifted subs and we're spinning the wheel and we're yapping or whatever. So it can be a lot of time just to get those timestamps in there. And then you do that for, you know, 20 VODs or whatever. But I want to be caught up on it. I don't have any plans to upload stuff besides my RPG playthroughs. Mostly because not very many people watch them, so I'm assuming there's not that high of a demand for it. It's more of just for me. I don't think anybody needs to see me play Rayman 2 on YouTube. I don't think anybody's clawing for that. The other reason I don't upload as I record is because people in YouTube comments are wild, and they will backseat you from the future and spoil things. So I wait until the playthrough is completely done, because I don't want somebody commenting on the VOD for number 1 being like, oh, you should have done this, and it spoils something that I haven't done yet in the game, even though I'm on like VOD 6 in real life. So full playthrough over before anything goes to YouTube. I haven't had a lot of that on my YouTube videos because, again, nobody's really looking at them. But I've seen it so many times. It's usually, unfortunately, women streamers and femme-presenting streamers that get the worst of it, which is just exhausting in and of itself. But it still happens to everybody, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely a real thing. Okay, let's do a proper recap. Oh, B. Spicy moment. Vagrant Story is going to be on my next RPG poll. Thanks to Mad Locust. So we have a pretty stacked poll coming up when this game is over. Okay, let's do a recap. We recruited Kevin and Pam in Ney, and then Charlemagne in Middleport. I don't remember why Kevin and Pam were significant. Yo, what's up, Halo Killer? Welcome in. Nice to see you. And then we properly guessed, hey, maybe enough time has passed in the narrative where we can go back to the pirate hideout and check on Katarina, and she'll be like up and about, because she was like bedridden when we first met her and she couldn't really talk to us. She was like, you're not gonna kill me? And we're like, no. Then she was like, why? And then we left. But we were right. We went there and she was like sitting in her bed, just hanging out. We had a big conversation with her and basically told her, like, we reminded her, like, we were telling the truth. We didn't kill Glenn. We know you care about Glenn. We care about Glenn too. He died because of the rune, and we finally got to like explain ourselves. And I guess because we let her recover in safety and we took care of her and we didn't try to kill her, she finally feels inclined to believe our story. And then, you know, like, our classmates are there to back us up, Paula and Jewel, who stowed away with us. They were like, wow, you were willing to like go out to sea and die with this guy because you believed him. You know, so she kind of comes around, she joins our party, which is awesome. And then I think after that, pretty much all we did was optional recruits. We figured out that Deborah, the fortune teller lady that we recruited in Middleport, can give us kind of like vague clues to recruits. So we'd go talk to her, she'd give us a little breadcrumb sentence, and then that would make sense, which was revelatory. And then we'd go to where we thought she was talking about, and I think we got like maybe a dozen characters last week. We were just rapid fire, picking them up. And then we finally landed on one of her clues that either didn't make sense or seemed to refer to something that was inaccessible. I can't exactly remember, but I was like, okay, this is going to be our stopping point for recruits, and we're going to resume the main story. And the main story beat now is to go to Razoril, which you can see we're there now, if you're an astute viewer, and we're going to take it back. We sailed towards Razoril, we got attacked in the harbor, we did a naval battle that was a lot less involved than I thought it was going to be. We actually ended up resetting, and I don't know if that mattered or not, but we did, because there were two enemy ships, right? And one was citizens of Razoril, like Knights of Gaian, where we came from, that were basically conscripted by the Kuluk forces. So there's a Kuluk ship and then a Gaian ship, and they were supposed to be fighting together to repel whatever invasion was coming in. But once the Knights of Gaian realized that it was us, they were like, yo, Laszlo's back, and he's got Katarina with him. Let's repel Kuluk. And so they mutinied against their oppressors and helped us attack the Kuluk ship. So then it was 3-on-1 instead of 2-on-2, because we have 2 boats also. But the first time we did the fight, the Kuluk ship sank the Knights of Gaian ship, and I was like, oh, well, that sucks. I wonder if it's possible to save them. And the battle was pretty quick and easy once I understood it. So I reset and I did the battle again, and we blew up and sunk the Kuluk ship before they could do anything to the Knights of Gaian ship. So that was good, but we didn't get any, like, dialogue with the Knights of Gaian ship like we did before. So it kind of felt like we didn't get anything. So I left the battle thinking, like, was there supposed to be, like, a sweet spot where we, like, let them get attacked and then we save them and we get something? Like, because it made it seem like, oh, the player doesn't know that that ship was in danger and could be saved, so therefore we did not save them. We just blew up one ship and the battle ended, and it kind of didn't tell us why. So, I don't know, but we did the thing. Let me get a new notes page started here. We didn't do anything after that. We may have gone for another recruit. Oh, here it is. Here's the clue that we stopped on from Deborah. Old glass bottle and a girl with a letter. So I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know who she was talking about or where. So we're like, okay, we're going to drop it there. So we went to Razoril, we did the battle. Here we are, we've landed. We kind of took a quick lap around the back half of town and talked to all the NPCs. We picked up a couple more recruits. But we haven't gone into, like, the main square towards the castle and the training academy and all that stuff where we started the game. So that's what we're going to do right now. Today is 1:10. And the matcha is flowing. Cheers if you got your beverage. I tried to wear the shirt for stream last week, I think. Or maybe it was on Tuesday. And it was just too hot. But today it's cold enough. I love a long sleeve tee. I'm a big fan of the long sleeve tee. I still got my shorty, Plum Smuggler shorts on that I like to rock. Definitely a shorts guy, comfortable and easy to wear and all that. But I really like long sleeve tees. And most of the long sleeve tees that I have, I realized, are like sweaters. They're not really a long sleeve tee. It's like a crew neck sweater. And some of them are like thin-ish, but none of them are as thin as a t-shirt. And I was like, why don't I have true long sleeve t-shirts that are like the same thickness as a t-shirt would be? And it just kind of like dawned on me once I got this one. My dad gave me this, and I was like, I need more thin long sleeve tees. I have some that are kind of like in the middle. I guess you might call that a thermal. Some people call those thermals. But all right, this guy says everyone's gathering at the training hall. This looks like a gathering. Aren't you Mr. Laszlo? I see. So you're originally from here.
Among the knights there were some who turned traitorous, but there were some who protected us too. And I'm grateful for the protectors. There are many people who had their homes and assets looted by the Kuluk. Please be sensitive to everyone.
The Knights Training Hall? Yes, I understand. Certainly I'll go. So something is finally going to happen? What? To think the guy in Homeland was so indifferent about us. Where is the guy in Homeland? I want to know this.
Are you Sir Laszlo? Ah, it is an honor to meet you.
Okay, so a bunch of people just hanging out, gossiping. Backlog Baby did go down, so maybe this is gonna work. He was a little fussy for a while there, but he did go down. I can see him. Sleeping nicely now. So we might be over the hump on wizard time. If he can chill in there until bottle time, that would be pretty amazing.
We are currently using this building.
Oh, of course, feel free to come and go as you please. I love this little damage detail there. It's been there for a long time. What might it be? This place is no longer the Hall of Knights. What? A lot of really weird lines of dialogue there that were very, like, Suikoden 1 and 2.
Alright, the training hall in the back, right? I want to join the fight against Kuluk. If I can be of any help, I'll volunteer.
Now, there were some recruits here at the very beginning of the game, so we might be able to finally get them.
Good luck, Mr. Laszlo.
I have many business acquaintances in Razoril. When I heard they were having a tough time, I came to help a bit. This place was under Kuluk occupation until just a short while ago, but no worries, not one of them is left now. Even their foul stench is gone.
Got him. Alright, let's go in here first. This is where all the important people were. This is where Glenn hung out. It'd be funny if you missed this chest until now. It's like a potion. We had a couple cutscenes in here. It's kind of like a replica of the war room from the other games and on our ship, which is nice. I like that. Okay. This room feels very like I made this in RPG Maker. Does it not? I don't know, there's something about it that's like very plain and stock. Okay. Moving on. Has anybody ever tried to mess with any of those 3D RPG makers? They are so cumbersome. You think 2D RPG Maker is hard, my god.
What's the matter? Yes, I understand. I just have to go to the training hall over there, right? Of course I'll go.
Oh, no worries, Halo Killer. Pikmin's on Tuesdays.
Hey, if it isn't Laszlo, how have you been? We should also think more about what we must do from now on.
Wow, wise words, my dude. Wise words. That's going in the screenshot folder. We should also think more about what we must do from now on. That's like a fortune cookie. That's like a bad fortune cookie. And why the ellipses? We should also think more about what we must do from now on. That's like something that like an idiot would pipe up and say in like a corporate meeting because they want to be seen and heard, but they can't think of anything interesting to say. Yeah, Tuesday stream is non-RPG and Friday stream is RPG. Although I am thinking about making the first change. Oh, cutscene. Talk about schedule in a minute.
My, we've gathered quite a few people. So, let our leader declare his intentions.
Dialogue option. That's so anticlimactic. And then my choices are to say something or to say nothing. Incredible. We're gonna choose to fight against Kuluk. Get off the stage, Lino. This isn't your butt rock band that you roadie for's gig, okay?
Just what do you think you're doing on my land?
Oh, it's Vingerhut.
I hope you ungrateful rogues are fully prepared to die here and now.
I would love to kill this guy.
Get them.
Freaking bring it on, dude. These guys are gonna get roped. Absolutely roped. Yeah, the voice acting in this game is actually quite good. Okay, good, it's an actual battle. I thought this was gonna be like, really weak enemy takes protagonist to jail, even though protagonist is 300 times stronger. That's a good RPG bingo card. Item. Get out of here. So if you don't remember, Lord Vingerhut is Snow's dad from the beginning. And if you don't know who Snow is, well, I don't have time to explain that.
If you people really want this land, then let's make a deal. How much will you pay? I'm a reasonable man.
We will pay 0.
Ridiculous. Beat it!
Huh?
Yeah.
What? That's right! Your words mean nothing to us!
Yeah, the voice acting in this game is pretty solid, actually.
I've heard enough. Let's head back for now.
Some of it's a little bit stiff, but no, like, overly annoying voices. Overly anime voices, whatever. Some of the common ailments of early to mid-2000s voice acting. It's pretty good, I would say.
Sir, it's them. They've returned to Rosaril and reclaimed it.
The caffeine.
I see. You may go.
Yes, sir.
Man, he's scary. Okay, so Kaluk knows what we've done.
That's the group that's apparently been uniting the islands. What shall we do? Shall we prepare the fleet?
Skies made you do that one fight. Let Ramirez slaughter you. Someone grinded enough to actually win. Does it have a thing where, like, is it one of the ones where you can grind your butt off and win, but the same thing still happens and you get the scripted loss? Or is there actually like an alternate scene that you get? I think the craziest one I've ever seen, the outcome doesn't change. Okay. I think the craziest one I've ever seen is the guy who grinded at the very beginning of Final Fantasy X, so that the first time Tidus and Waka and Lulu encounter the Flan, you run into this battle with a Flan, and it's a tutorial battle where Tidus automatically attacks it with his sword, and it doesn't do very much damage, and then Waka's like, oh, you gotta use magic on it, you know, and then you choose one of Lulu's spells, and it, like, dies immediately or whatever. And it's not a fully scripted fight, but it's, like, kind of scripted. But basically, this guy wanted to find out, like, okay, if I grind enough for Tidus's attack to be high enough where that auto attack kills the Flan, what happens? You know, does the game break? Is there an alternate scene? Do they, like, somehow still say those subsequent lines of dialogue even though the battle's over? He wanted to know the answer. So he grinded in this little extremely early walkway to get Tidus's attack up super high, and he did it. And the battle just ends. You don't get the rest of the tutorial. So you never hear, like, Waka saying, like, oh, that's not gonna work. You gotta use magic. Like, Tidus just attacks him. He's like, I got it, and then it just ends. It's kind of funny. So technically the outcome is different, but it's like a scene getting cut short. But the amount of effort that guy had to go through to get that was really funny. Okay, I need to take some notes here before I let these guys advance. So, Rosaril Knight Academy is full of common folk who want to help fight Kuluk. Kind of unexpected, actually. I thought it was going to be like that was like like a refuge kind of thing, and all those people were like holed up there, either trapped by Kaluk or hiding from Kaluk, but they were assembling there from other places. Pretty cool. Lord Vingerhut tries to repel us, but is overpowered. He is spat on, figuratively, by the common folk. And retreats. So, for anyone that doesn't remember from early on in the game, Lord Vingerhut owns Razoril. He is the lord of that realm. Like, he technically is like the person in charge of that whole country or island or whatever you want to call it, city. And he was also Snow's father, who was supposed to be like our best friend and surrogate brother at the beginning of the game, which would make Lord Vingerhut like our surrogate father, adoptive father. We were kind of like a ward of the Vingerhut family because we were found by them, taken in by them, and we don't know where we came from or who our parents are. And then Snow just immediately cast us out to, like, he basically footstooled us to elevate himself. The first time we did something that, like, made us look good or better than him, he immediately turned on us. And Lord Vingerhut just wants more and more power, more and more wealth, and he wants his son to have this legacy. You know, he wants him to have power and wealth as well. He doesn't care about anything else or anybody. And he is subservient to Kaluk because they are supplying him with the power and the wealth that he is hungry for. So these are the Kaluk forces that we're talking to now. This is Colton, Graham Cray, and the other guy that we kind of like, Troy, who seems to be the more level-headed. He's on the opposing side, but he's more level-headed than these other two. Graham Cray is like, he's not like a Luca Blight or anything, but he's a lot more maniacal, a lot more reckless. He wants to take over the world. And then Colton is supposed to be Troy's second in command, but he seems to favor Graham Cray's ideology. And they kind of resent Troy because he's trying to, like, keep them on an even keel and be a little bit more diplomatic in their conquest. And they're like, oh, come on, Troy. You know, they see him as like a wet blanket for their, blood campaign, basically.
No, forget about Razoril. If we just keep Obel and its surrounding areas secure, the rune won't get that far.
And they're interested in the rune. They want the rune. We don't really know, I don't think we know if they fully understand how it works. They've just seen what it can do, so they assume that they can just, like, steal it, you know, or take it somehow. Oh, and back to your question about the pole, Halo Killer. You're more than welcome to put Pikmin 2 on the next poll. That's perfectly reasonable. I may still choose to play Batman next, depending on how much longer Pikmin takes, but I'm leaning away from that already. Because everybody made it sound like, oh, you're going to finish Pikmin 1 in, 1 or 2 streams. But we've already streamed it. Have we only streamed it twice? I guess we have only streamed it twice. But I don't feel like we're going to finish it next week. So, I don't know. I'm not decided on that yet. But I do really want to play Batman. Yeah, I do have a lot of breaks sometimes. Well, and also specifically those 2 streams, because this week Pikmin's stream was my 500th stream, and people went kind of nuts. And then the New Year's Eve stream, people kind of went nuts too. So we had a lot of breakaways specifically during the Pikmin streams, and maybe a little bit more than usual. I'm gonna open up a prediction. Speaking of breakaways, we have an ad coming up soon here. You got 2 minutes to get your points in here. Samus versus Captain Falcon. This is the last round before we switch to our next matchup, which is Yoshi versus Donkey Kong. Captain Falcon's currently ahead 8-2. He will probably win, but you got to play those odds. Okay, let's finish this. See if we can finish up this scene before the ad starts. We got about 4 minutes.
I still have my suspicions. Is the true rune such an important thing?
I need to look up that voice actor for Troy. He sounds super familiar.
I assume you have never seen it then.
What are you getting at?
You would have to see it in person to realize its full potential. Oh yes, this is also a direct commission from His Majesty of Kuluk.
I don't think we've ever seen the King of Kuluk. I don't think we've seen him yet.
His Majesty wishes to offer the rune to Harmonia.
Harmonia?
Probably in exchange for military...
Where are all these places that we haven't seen yet? Hold on. King of Kuluk wishes to offer the true rune. It's the rune of punishment, but they're calling it the true rune. To Harmonia in exchange for military backup. That doesn't really make sense. Like, from how they perceive the rune, you would think that they would see the rune's power as much more valuable than ground forces.
Do you understand now?
Are you saying we are merely a tool for rune hunting? What of the governor's policy of advancing southwards?
And who is the governor?
We are acting under that policy. The plan is already in motion.
Yes, the governor's policy and our goal. I came to the backwaters of El Eel with the governor because we had common interests.
El Eel. All these new places being named. I'm just going to write this down. It may not be important, but I want to have this name written down somewhere. Cray came to El Eel with Kuluk governor for common interest.
Regardless of what you think, I am not lying. Now, please continue to guard the kingdom of Obel.
So the rune's whereabouts will determine how we treat the kingdom of Obel. Is that what this means?
Oh yes. The governor is apparently under the weather. He has given me the right of command for now.
We've seen the governor before. He's usually in these meetings that we get cutaways to. We don't know where these people are either.
I expect much from both of you in the field. I would like to avoid any more losses to our fleets. Yes. You two are the only ones to whom I can entrust the fleets. I am counting on you.
Please don't pull me into another scene. Ah, dang it.
Is this truly what His Majesty had in mind?
Sir Troy, you shouldn't voice such reckless thoughts. You'll never know who might be listening.
You?
Hmm?
Oh!
Indeed.
Is it all right now? Between you and me, I'm worried about the governor. Cray said he was ill, but I have a feeling Cray may have done something.
What?
I had it looked into, but no one has seen the governor these last few days. I sense something is amiss.
It's also possible that the southward advancement policy from the previous governor has been halted. It's unlikely, but could the Central Committee be?
We cannot deny that as a possibility. There are especially many among the elders who are calling for sanctions against the Scarlet Moon to the north.
So in that case, how should we act?
Ads are starting. Sorry.
For now, at any rate, we should probably first confirm whether this situation is in accordance with His Majesty's wishes. But now is not a good time. Obel is in danger of being retaken. With your permission, I must return to the Second Fleet immediately. Sir Troy, please wait aboard the First Fleet's flagship until further notice. I will do everything in my power to stop them.
Colton, do not push yourself too much.
Sir Troy, you are still a young man. It is your generation that will build the future of this country. However, it is my generation that bears the responsibility for your future. I just feel the current situation may be more dangerous than we
He comes back.
originally thought.
Okay. Ooh, sunset. All right, now I'm gonna run the smash break. I'll be back.
Free for all! Stop! Stop! Pikachu! Captain Falcon! Three, two, one, go!
All right, welcome back, everybody. Captain Falcon takes it home. Takes us to the common metric here, 9-2. Samus made a run at it, though. Brought it to sudden death, but couldn't manage to land the first blow. Under duress. Welcome in, Raiders from MNRG. MN, how you doing today? How was pinball? How was Jurassic Lost World? Hot Dog, how are you doing? Who won Mario vs. Link? Mario beat Link 10-1. It was a massacre. That is the second highest disparity we've ever had. We did have a shutout. Ness beat Yoshi 11-0. But otherwise, Mario is the only one to crest 10 wins besides that. So we're going to be changing characters here. Let's reset our scores. And let's reset our players. Yeah, Mario really mopped it up on that one. Mario is one of our front runners right now. He's appeared 3 times and he's won all of his matchups, so he's kind of a front runner in the global standings at the moment. But we're going to be bringing in the red corner, Yoshi, and in the blue corner, we're going to be bringing in Donkey Kong. So for the next 11 ad breaks, they will be facing off. You'll be able to wager your channel points. Yoshi has appeared twice. He has lost once and won once. And DK has only appeared once, and he lost. So whatever that means to you. We'll see how this goes. This will be matchup number 12 of 66 as we slowly work our way through to make our own in-house tier list that will culminate in some kind of special on-stream event that's like a seeded tournament bracket. All right, welcome back, everybody. Here we are. The game audio feels really loud, but it looks fine, so I think I just have it turned up in my room a little bit more. Yeah, thanks again for that raid, MN. Everybody go follow MNRG. He streams real-life tactile pinball, like from the pinball table. He's got like multiple camera angles where you can see all the different stuff, and he's explaining how it works and how each specific game handles scoring and whatnot. It's really neat. Go check it out. He does it every day during his lunch break. Why did my phone make such a strange noise there? Okay. So we're playing Suikoden today, if you're just joining us. Some pretty momentous things just happened. We got a little cutaway to the villains, if you will. The bad guys having a little chat, getting a little bit of a look into what they're up to. So, let's see here. I wanted to write down something in my notes here. Someone is spying on Troy and Colton. So yeah, it seems pretty obvious that that's probably somebody working for Cray, because he's kind of emerging as the main antagonist of the game here. Everyone's really, really scared of him. He's got the most unhinged goals. He seems to be going against his higher-ups now. You know, he says he serves the king and the governor, but we're already suspicious that he has maybe found a way to get the governor out of the picture. He says that the governor has told him to do a certain thing, but it's possible that he maybe just kind of found a way to get the governor out of the picture, and is saying that that's what he was told to do, and the governor's not able to say, that's not what I said. He says that the governor is ill, but it's possible that he has poisoned him or something, or maybe just killed him. A Rosaril sunset. It has been so long. Just a while ago, we were talking about proving Laszlo's innocence.
But now, with all that's happened to Razril, I don't know how to put it, but it's all so frustrating. Laszlo is now the leader of the Caffeine. Everyone is gathering under his banner. Perhaps that is enough. We started to hear rumors that you became a pirate. I was worried.
At this rate, it'll be a disgrace for us to stay here and do nothing. I'm joining the Caffeine too.
You're right. I'm coming too. With that taken care of, shall we get some rest now?
I thought we already recruited Tal and Kenneth. Yeah, I checked them off. Oh, Katarina's here now. She's going to reminisce.
Someday, I promise, I will restore the knights to their old glory. Please wait just a while longer.
She salutes. That's so corny. She's kind of indirectly speaking to Glenn there, her former commander, and possibly love interest. We never got confirmation, really. But it was heavily implied that she was romantically interested. Okay, so the game has told me that I need to sleep in order to progress the plot. Let me just do a quick another lap and see if there's anyone we can recruit before I do that. I don't think there's encounters on this screen anymore. Go the other direction in case there's anything I didn't see the last time. Okay, just can't go up there. Got it. This is such a strange area. What happened here? Why is it like this? Ruins in the middle of a city. There used to be encounters on that screen, but there's not anymore, which is great. I think this is all the same dialogue that we got before. Oh, no worries, MN. No worries at all. How was stream today? I was just welcoming you in and letting people know what you're all about and that they should go check you out. Minigame guy isn't here. We must have recruited him. I think there was one guy in here, though, that we didn't recruit. Yeah, this guy. I heard rumors about you guys. By the way, is Katarina all right? Oh, yeah, I think we need to come talk to him with Katarina in the party. Whoa, you almost killed the machine with an electric shock. Whoa. Like, something as small as like a static shock from you? Or like bad power or something? Did it pose any danger to you or just the machine? It's weird how we're getting the percussion layer of the song, but nothing else. Oh, you did a big boo-boo. You went to resolder something and you forgot to turn the machine off, man. Well, I'm glad nothing happened to you. Obviously, it would have sucked if something happened to the machine, but definitely good that nothing happened to you. If the machine had fried, but you were okay, that would have been acceptable. I don't think I can go back to my ship, but let me try, I guess. Can I, like... Yeah, that menu's not there. I'm assuming these are my ships right here, so... Yeah, I don't have the ability to change my party right now. I guess I could go see if Katarina is available to talk to. See if she's over in front of the hall. I always want to call it the castle because it looks like a castle, but... Yeah, of course. Have a good work, Lurk, MN. Thanks again for coming through with the raid. She's not here. Well, maybe we can go back in here. We didn't get to explore the full Hall of Knights. Oh, Backlog Baby is awake and upset. Oh, hello. That wasn't here before. Silver Hammer. That is probably for weapon upgrades. And I can't go in that door now. That's really interesting. I forgot to go in here last time. I forgot this was here. Laszlo's old room. Can I get to the ship from this thing by any chance? Actually, we'll drop a save here. That's probably a good idea. Because we're probably going to get locked out of some stuff. Or it's possible we could get locked out of some stuff. And then... Wait, which door did I come in? Okay, sorry. There was a cook guy in here at the beginning of the game. Fun guy.
Laszlo, I can't believe you're okay. Thank goodness, I'm so glad. Say, Laszlo, won't you take me with you too? I'll make sure the knights never go hungry. I might just be a cook, but I'll try my best to fight with everyone too.
Yay, we got Fun Guy. I hope he's a fun person to be around. He was the second person that I wrote down after Laszlo. He's been on that sheet for a long time. Alright, I might need to go step away for a second to go check on baby boy. He might just need a changey. Or he's getting hungry early, and I'm gonna have to bounce him. We'll see. He's kind of like on the cusp of a... Can't go in Glenn's room. Maybe Katarina's up top on the tower. He's kind of on the cusp of a food schedule change, I think, and it's kind of a rough time. He needs to eat more, but oh, hello. He needs to eat more, but he can't hold more yet. Guardian Bracelet and Treasure Map. We haven't used any treasure maps yet. I think we need a specific character to, like, translate them into usable information, and we just haven't found them yet. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Wait. Seriously, where am I? Got so turned around there. Okay, I know what's going on. Alright, alright. That was wild. Okay, yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take care of baby boy for a second here. I'll be back in a few minutes. No ad, no smash. BRB. Okay, we're back. Thanks for bearing with me there. Yeah, he's just hungry, like, mega early. So we're going to do a little bouncy time until bottle time. Okay, we're going to continue exploring the Knight's Hall there. These people are all saying the same stuff. So we got one recruit and some items. That seems good. But we didn't get to explore this room at all, so this should all be new. Yo, Laszlo, long time no see. I'm on guard for everyone. They say it helps him sleep, even with the likes of me. 2 cats up here on the podium. Oh, dog. Woof. Woof? Woof. Awesome, it's 2 dogs. They're just so little, I thought they were cats. Should I start another business or something?
Everyone's doing fairly well. Being tough is a good thing.
Oh, another item. It's been a while, hasn't it? I never dreamed we'd meet again like this.
Yes, please take my daughter as well.
Oh, interesting. So we can just recruit random people?
My home was burned, you know. I don't have anywhere to go home to.
You have to hang in there. We just took your dad.
Yes, I'll go. I'll go on your ship, mister. I want my father with me, too.
I wonder, this is interesting. We've never recruited unnamed people before. Unnamed, unportraited. Hero's Shield. That sounds very significant. We don't have any characters that use shields, though. Because shields go on the hand slot, right? Part of hero set. Interesting. We just dropped a bunch of money on equipment. Some of which was rare. Rare bargain, or whatever it's called. What was the other thing that we found? We found a treasure map. Oh, we found a hammer, which increases... Oh, magic sandals are good. Huh. Is she the only one that can wear those? She is. Oh, no. Kate can wear them as well. It increases magic by 5. And magic defense, as well as regular defense. So that's pretty amazing. Whose magic is more important? Whose magic is more important is the question. So Mizuki has healing, and then Kate has attack and buff. So I'm going to say... This is always a question. This is always a question in an RPG. Sometimes increasing your magic stat increases the potency of healing. Other times, it doesn't. And your magic stat going up only affects the amount of damage you do with magic, and not the amount of healing that you do. So it would be nice to give this to Mizuki and increase the potency of our healing. But we would have to just test and see. But even then, it would be really hard to get definitive information. I'm just going to give it to her and hope that that's what it does. She has a lower magic stat than Kate, so... Yo, Gad, what's up, dude? We're going to do a game gush for you today during bottle time. If you'll be around. Because I still owe you that GoldenEye one. Oh yeah, we should stop by Eluia and see if we can get those other characters. Or wait, no, it wasn't a game gush, it was a game roast. It was a game roast of GoldenEye. Alright, well, we got more. We got another item, and we got a recruit. 2 non-portraited assumably non-usable recruits. So that was really interesting too. I don't know what that means. Maybe it increases like your... You know how when you do the ship battles, they have like a supporting forces rating for certain characters when you use them not on the boat? Maybe it increases that. I don't know. Okay, so we need to go sleep at the inn. There's one guy in the inn that I assume we can recruit if we have Katarina in the party, but I don't have a way to change my party right now. So hopefully we can come back for him. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to, because we have retaken Razoril. So we should be able to come and go here freely. But just in case we get booted like we did last time we were here, I want to get as much as I can before I move the story forward. A gushy roast. That's weird. I don't like it. Yeah, it's weird how the music fades away as you get closer to the inn. I wonder why they made that choice. The reaction was marvelous. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yes, I will stay the night. No, I will not stay the night. Alright, he's still here. Didn't kick off a scene, but maybe it'll allow me to get on my ship now? What was the significance of the sunset? Maybe there's another scene at the docks here. There comes the music again. I need a little snack, and I know exactly what I want. Oh, here's Rakaji. Okay, cool. So we can get on the boat now. So we're going to get on the boat. We're going to put Katarina in our party. And then we're going to come back. We're going to go talk to... Oh, we got a scene first.
There's a ship heading our way! It's a pirate!
Why aren't you in the crow's nest? You should be in the crow's nest if you're our lookout. Not on the deck. Battle once more. Okay. Oh my god, it's snow! So I guess this wouldn't happen if we had chose to kill him earlier? Huh. I see there's a bit of history between you two. Even more so a reason why you shouldn't let your guard down. So, only fire rune shells. I doubt we'll have problems, but we don't know what they're thinking yet. Listen, do your setup carefully. Well, we have an extremely strong... Oh, it kept my people from last time. Oh! Look at this! Incredible! So this third ship that we have access to now is the one that we saved in that last battle. I'm vindicated. I'll probably forget this if I don't write it down. So, Gaian ship we saved when taking Razoril is now part of our fleet. When trying to leave Razoril, snow attacks. Now this is a tricky situation here because it seems like there's a path that we can take where snow is recruitable, right? And even though he's been so awful to us, I think recruiting him and hearing more dialogue from him is more interesting than just killing him. We've already been given the opportunity to kill him before, so why would we kill him now? You know? So Katarina is our super powerful water mage. We'll keep her here. Oh, we can put a fourth person on here now. Interesting. We don't really need a third person or a fourth person, but let's kit out these other ships. They only have 2 slots, so let's give you a water person. We'll give you Selma. They can stay. I like that it kept all this from the last time. And then, do we have a... We don't even have a captain here. Oh wow, the pirates have a ton of mobility. Move +2, hull +10. Wow. That's pretty cool. Range +1. It's fun to have a completely blank ship to mess around with here. Move +2 seems incredibly useful. So we're going to go with that. We have a 20 in water. Oh my gosh, Maxine is incredibly powerful. What? Holy moly. She's right up there with Jean. Wow. We do not have another powerful water person. I think we have 12. And then we'll just put Maxine on here because wowie. I guess we would have to choose fire here, yeah. And then we're just going to go based off attack power here. 102, 127. Whew! Wait, why is Kate not on any other boat? Okay, well, Kate, you're going on this boat. Uh, 121, 127, and I think 121. Yeah, 121. Victory conditions, destroy pirate snow. I'm assuming we will defeat his ship, but he won't die, and we'll have either a choice or some kind of other forced condition. But we'll see. We did save before this. So. Okay, so we can't move our main ship yet. We can only move this ship. Okay, yeah, we're gonna attack you, and you can't retaliate. This is gonna hurt. Maybe I can hit them from here? No. There's like a little bit of a diagonal that you can do, but I think you have to be like this. Or maybe like that. Let's do this, I guess, because... Yeah. Yeah. Ah, too bad. Yeah, of course we're gonna attack. What is this guy thinking? All right, well this is it. Flawless victory. Snack. Just as I thought. Okay, so what's gonna happen here? We're gonna get a scene with Snow now? Where are my cups?
Snow, so you're a pirate now? Shut up! I can do what I want.
Oh, he's got a new outfit.
What should we do?
Shut up, I can do what I want. God, this guy's insufferable. Okay, so here are the same 3 choices that we were given last time. Last time we subjugated Snow, we were given 3 choices. We could kill him, we could offer him to join us, or we could let him go. And when we were given these 3 options the first time, I assumed that they were all false choices, and that no matter what I picked, the same thing was going to happen. So I chose to kill him just to see what it would say. And we killed him, and the game advanced. And so we reset and did it again, and I said, okay, how about you join us? And then he said, nah, I'm not joining you, I'm going to go my own way. And so we did the same thing to him that he did to us, where we stuck him on a raft and sent him out to sea. And I don't think we reset a second time because we assumed, sorry. We assumed that the outcome would be the same as the second choice on the third choice because it didn't let us recruit him. So here we are again with the same 3 options. Now, I'm going to assume that the game is going to let me kill him if I want to kill him. And that the game is going to let me let him go if I want to let him go. The best thing that could happen here is that we have him join us, because it removes him as this annoying loose end of the plot. And it's the best chance we have of getting some type of character development from him, where he apologizes for what happened, helps us, whatever, some kind of turn. So I'm going to choose, would you like to join us? However, I'm going to assume that he's not going to join us, and that maybe this has to keep happening for a while before he does join us. But we'll see.
I just can't bring myself to work with you.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Why do people flock to you so much?
'Cause we're nice.
People just keep leaving me. Why doesn't anyone like me?
Oh. Because you suck, dude. And you're not loyal. That's why no one likes you. God. Yeah, poor baby. Oh, why doesn't anyone like me? Alright. I'm not compelled to reload and do that again, because the same thing happened that happened last time. We wanted to recruit him, but instead it defaulted us towards the result of choosing to turn him loose. So he's going to continue to re-show up, I'm assuming, and maybe after a certain number of encounters he'll finally break his will and he wants to join us. But I'm not going to kill him. That's uninteresting. As much as he deserves it, that's uninteresting. Okay, we beat Snow. He refuses to join us. And we send him off again. He is a pirate now. Question mark. No longer serves Kuluk? Question mark. So that's our big question there. What's the significance of relabeling him as a pirate and giving him a new outfit? What kind of character change has he undergone? If he's just out on his own doing his thing and not serving Kuluk, why would he attack us? But why would he label himself as a pirate if he's not working for Kaluk still? Kind of confusing. Maybe he had a falling out with them. He's like, why does no one like me? Why does everyone like Laszlo? So maybe that's implying that Kaluk doesn't like him either. You know, he tried to kind of brown nose with them. He sold out Razoril to get them Razoril because he probably thought, oh, well, if I betray my own people and give them this stronghold with all these people in it, they'll do something for me. They'll like me. Maybe it's just that simple for him. He needs someone to like him because he comes from this like silver spoon background. Also, it's amazing how much his privilege is continuing to shine through, where like we beat him up, we sink his ship, and he's completely at our mercy on our ship, and we can just kill him, and we give him the good grace of saying, hey, you know, why don't you come with us? Why don't you just join us? It'll be great. And then his privilege of being from the type of background that he's from, he's just like, I can't bring myself to work with you. Even though he has literally no other options, he still has enough pride to be like, I just can't do it, you know? And so he just goes out in a rowboat, Castaway sequel. It's totally nuts. Okay. So we've been turned loose again. First thing we're going to do is we're going to look at our map, and we have a destination. That's great to see. Look at how big this map is. Like, just imagine what is waiting out here for us. They've mentioned so many of these places, so I got to assume we're going to go there at some point. I wish the like fog of war effect is nice, and I like that we can't see the whole world because we haven't been there. That's very novel. But I wish that when we were sailing, the amount of the map that we revealed was a little bit larger, you know? Like, realistically, I think we would be able to see a little bit more, and it would be nice to, like, just kind of, like, sail around and uncover the map and try to find stuff. Now that we feel more confident about our party level. I mean, because just look at all of this space. Look at it. We have Scarlet Moon. We have Harmonia. We have Gaian somewhere, apparently. We have El Eel. Is that what it was called? That Troy mentioned. We have Kuluk, presumably. And then they mention an area to the north and to the south. So there's like all these different islands out here somewhere. I wonder if there's just like what if there's just like a massive island right here that's just absurdly large. That would be wild. Because these islands feel pretty large when you sail up to them, but on the map they're tiny little blips. So we can't go to Obel. I wonder why we would go to the Nest of Pirates. Well, before we go anywhere, I'm going to put Katarina in my party and go back to Razoril and get that guy. Because he should be recruitable. He should be recruitable now. Or rather, he's definitely recruitable, but that should be the condition. It seems that is the condition. Backlog Baby's giving me a stare down right now. He's like, you know that this is not what I wanted, but it's currently working, so I'm going to allow you to bounce me. Even though this is not what I asked for, and you know that this is not what I asked for. You're doing great though, bud. You got 10 minutes. You got 10 more minutes to go. 10 more minutes and you get what you asked for. 45 minutes ago. Okay. Just sub out Mizuki real quick then. And where's Katarina? There she is. Let us proceed with caution. Well said, milady. Alright, we're gonna teleport into Razoril. Oh, cool. We have two different locations. We can go to the town or the Hall of Knights. we're going to the town. And I have to remember that we can teleport back to the ship as well. Yo, yes, Gad. My dad got me this. This is a place that he frequents, or I guess I should say used to frequent, when he used to make the drive between Dallas and Minnesota to like come see me or hang with me or, you know, do stuff or whatever. He would always stop in Des Moines. That was one of his stopping spots. Kansas City and Des Moines were like the two places where he liked to stop. And he's really into tiki, and Fong's Pizza is a tiki bar. So he was like, oh, I gotta check that out, because it's on my way. And he became kind of a fan.
Katarina, it's good to see you safe and sound. The knights would be lost if you had fallen in as well.
Master? Master?
Don't call me that. It's ancient history. I've long since retired. I believe I know the entire story. Well, how about it? Can this old man come along as well?
Master?
I'll leave the decision to you, leader. What do you say, Laszlo?
It might be too much for you. God, we can be such a dick sometimes.
All right, let's go. Since I'm going, I intend to work hard with no regrets.
All right, we got Conrad.
So, you have many party members. I shall go on ahead then.
He should be on the list somewhere here, too. Did I not write him down? Because these people are way later in the game. Conrad. Oh, here he is. Went right by him. So he was Katarina's master. He trained Katarina. It wasn't Glenn. I guess that kind of makes sense. Hey, there's a smile, little guy. That's better. That's better. Backlog Baby has got really funny hair right now. He's starting to get like his real hair on the top of his head, but he still has this weird baby hair on the back of his head. For a while, there was no hair on the top of his head. He had this like kind of George Costanza thing going on, which is really funny because the stuff in the back was getting like really long, and it was this like soft brown stuff. But now up top, he's getting kind of like real. He has kind of like a buzz cut looking thing going on up top, which looks totally normal. But then you see the back, and there's this like band of like long, smooth, flat hair that's like a totally different color. His hair is looking wild right now. Okay, there's nothing else for us to do here. We just needed that guy. Oh, when you were touring with the 80s Rock Show, you went there. Nice. So you've eaten some Fongs. How's the pizza? I think that's the running joke with my dad. I'll have to double check with him. I may be misremembering. But I feel like every time he goes there, he makes the joke that like he's never had the pizza. He's only had the tiki drinks and like the Asian food, but it's called Fong's Pizza, and he thinks it's so funny that he's gone there and never had the pizza. You rampaged the town. Yeah, the electric nightlife of Des Moines. I'm sure. I'm quite sure. You recall it being good, because that's what you were told to get. Okay. My dad has really weird... Like, it took me probably 30 years of living and being around my dad to realize this, but my dad has really weird taste in pizza. And I never realized it before. Like, until very, very recently. Like, I didn't think of it as a kid because as a kid, I didn't have like, what am I trying to say? I didn't have any kind of like preferences or like elevated palate for pizza when I was a kid. It was just like, sweet, pizza. You know, it didn't matter if it was Chuck E. Cheese or school lunch or Domino's or like some fancy place. It was exciting because it was pizza and you liked it. What are some of his odd preferences? Hard to describe, but like, for example, there was this one restaurant that we went to growing up, and it was an Italian restaurant. It was like a small family-owned restaurant, and it was a good restaurant. It was a good restaurant, but it wasn't a great restaurant. But he just really liked it, I think, because it was kind of like his thing that he knew about and could tell other people about and like recommend to people. I know this because my dad is very similar to me, and I do this too, so I can see it in him. Wow, we've got another ad coming up already. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, we're coming up on bottle time. Let me get this prediction open here while I'm talking about pizza. Captain Falcon did win the last one. Congratulations. And let's get a fresh one going. We got 2 new combatants here. Yoshi versus Donkey Kong. 2 minutes to get your points in. About 4 minutes till the ad.
Here comes the pizza. See it?
See it? Oh! Classic. Cheese. And we used to go there, and sometimes we would get pizza. Sometimes we would get regular Italian food off the menu. And it was great as a kid. I liked it all. But we went there a couple of times as an adult. You know, after being away from it for a while. And he was like, oh, let's go to... I'm not going to say the name of the place. Even though it doesn't exist anymore, I'm not going to say the name of the place. They closed. But he's like, let's go there, you know, maybe we'll get a pizza. And I was like, okay, sure, you know, like good memories, nostalgia. And we went there, and it was me and my dad and the lady and maybe somebody else, maybe his mom. My grandma was there with us. I can't remember. And we got a pizza, and we got like the same classic pizza that we would always get when I was a kid, and it was very nostalgic. But afterwards, I was like, that pizza's not good. Like, there's nothing special about it, and it's kind of weird. It was like they freshly tossed the dough in-house and everything, you know, and that's like a novelty part of the experience. They got this like old school pizza oven in there, but like it was undercooked and doughy, and it wasn't just like this was a bad batch or something, or they changed over time. Like, it tasted exactly as I remember, and it was extremely nostalgic, but I was tasting it as an adult rather than as like a kid or a teenager. And I just kind of like, I didn't fully realize it until I talked to the lady about it later. And I think she was afraid to say something because she thought I was just as pearl clutchy about that restaurant as my dad was, because he just thought it was the best. And then she finally like realized that I wasn't that attached to it, and she was like, oh, thank God. I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, I thought that pizza was kind of terrible. And I was like, yeah. And then we had this like moment about it. And ever since then, I've kind of noticed that my dad doesn't have very good taste in pizza. Like, we've taken him to some pizza places that we think are really, really awesome, and a lot of people agree are really, really awesome. And he was just like, it's okay, but it's not as good as such and such place. And we're like, okay. And he's talking about the place that has the, you know, the really bad pizza that he's kind of pearl clutchy about. So, yeah, my dad, and it's not like his favorite food or anything. His food preferences have also changed a lot in the last like 15 years. Anyways, we're about to hit an ad break. When we come back, we're going to be doing bottle time. I'm going to be feeding my son. There's going to be a blur across the screen. I'm not going to be playing the game because I am not going to have both of my hands free. But whatever we want to chat about, if you want me to react to something like a video or a picture or, you know, anything that's stream appropriate, that's totally on the table. And that usually takes about an hour. So, strap in for that. If you're only here for Suikoden, come back at 3 o'clock. I'm going to break away. We're going to run the first matchup of the new Ads Bros round, Yoshi versus DK. This is their first face-off. And we'll be back in about 3 minutes with bottle time. Thank you for being here.
3, 2, 1, time up! This game's winner is Yoshi!
Wow, Yoshi hung on. Man, if DK would have gotten that last KO, it would have gone to sudden death. So that was very close. But Yoshi managed to hang on until time expired. So he's going to go up 1-0. Let's get the stats updated here. In all the place. He is the Eggman. Wow. All right. I feel like I want to favor DK in this matchup just because he has more kill moves than Yoshi does. Yoshi seems to be pretty poor at getting KOs when we've seen him thus far, but who knows? Maybe the speed and the recovery will help him win out. All right, we're going to go over here. It's bottle time. Welcome to bottle time. We're going to turn the music on. Little guy's already going. He's in my lap. He's latched and giving it his all. Sometimes he eats really fast, and bottle time is shorter, but we give him a full hour to eat as much as he's required. And we've kind of been doing this new thing lately. So he's doing this thing where he knows that he needs to eat a certain amount, but it's like he can't eat that amount all at once or something. So he'll eat like kind of what used to be his normal amount, and then he'll get like either fussy or tired, like I can't do anymore. And that usually takes about an hour. And then after he eats, he's supposed to go on his belly for 15 minutes to like exercise. And then usually after that, he eats a little bit more. And that's kind of been the new thing this week. He gets a little dessert. I call it a topper. Top him off with a topper. We're gonna do a game roast while I'm sitting here. Gad redeemed a game roast, I think 2 or 3 streams ago, but he wasn't here to pick a game. And then he picked a game on Tuesday, and I ran out of time and didn't do it. So I'm gonna do it. He wants me to be mean to GoldenEye 007 for the N64, which is a perfect choice. So we're gonna put 3 minutes on the clock. You're not gonna see the clock. It's just to keep me on track. And we're here for it. So let's start it now. Here's why GoldenEye 007 sucks and is not nearly as good as everyone says. First of all, I'm one of the biggest N64 fans that you'll ever meet, specifically when it comes to the controllers and the controls of most games. But everybody knows that the shooters are a real problem for the N64, and GoldenEye just does not feel good to play. If you played it back in the day and you have that control like embedded, you can still pick it up and play it and enjoy it. But if you're playing it for the first time, it is rough. And not in the same way that people say that something like Mario 64 or Ocarina of Time is. We talked that to death the other day. I'm not going to go down that road. I'm talking about playing on the hardware with original controller, no latency, no weird dead zone or whatever. It's just the button layout, like using the C buttons to kind of double as like tank controls, and then the aiming, having to like hold R to like move the cursor around on the screen and get it unlocked from the center. Like in the context of the campaign, it works fine, especially if you're assisted by auto aim. But in multiplayer, when you're trying to be like really quick and fast and outgun somebody, it's a nightmare. Just doing basic movement, much less aiming. The campaign it's okay at best. certainly doesn't emulate the film very well. But when you compare it to like The World Is Not Enough, which is on the same console, by the way, in 64, just a few years later, that campaign is like probably 10 times better as far as like the level variety, the puzzle design. Like it feels so much more like James Bond than GoldenEye. GoldenEye is pretty much just like, here's an area with a bunch of guys, shoot them. Here's another area, there's a bunch more guys, shoot them. Pick up this key. There's more guys, shoot them. Here's the door that the key goes to. More guys, shoot them. Like, it's so uninteresting. And like the only reason why GoldenEye 007 feels like James Bond is because of the music. If there was like metal music playing, it would feel like a Doom clone. If there was like, I don't know, like weird jazz music playing, it would feel like something completely different. But because the music sounds like James Bond music, you kind of feel like James Bond when you're doing it. But there's very little stealth in the game, and very little like, you know, puzzles or chicanery, tricksy stuff of any kind, which is like 90% of what James Bond is in all the rest of its media. So it's like barely James Bond. It's just like a shooter game that kind of could have been anything else if they gave it a different outer skin and musical aesthetic. So for all the praises that people heap on top of it, it really doesn't deliver for me. I played GoldenEye, the campaign, for the first time on Backlog Boys with Vaughn in like 2017, I think it was, maybe 2018. And, you know, I mildly enjoyed it. I was glad to be able to say that I had done it. But I definitely don't have any desire to ever do it again. It was mostly a laugh fest at how janky the game was and how goofy the graphics are. The World Is Not Enough is so much better. And that's my time. Thank you for allowing me to roast that beloved game. I really don't think that game is that good. I think it came at the right time for a lot of people, and it certainly created a type of game that wasn't really available. Like, there weren't a lot of like multiplayer shooters on consoles that people could play with their friends. So that's why it was such a smash hit. Especially on the N64, like 4-player. Because at the time, the N64 was the only way to play 4-player games on a console. The PlayStation had 2 controller ports, and there was a multi-tap peripheral, but hardly anybody had it, and only certain games supported it. But on the N64, if your game was multiplayer, like 99% of the time, it was going to support 4 players. Yo, what's up, SNES? How you doing, dude? We're talking about GoldenEye. So I think it just came. I think it came at a really good time. You know, there were like the people that were in college or maybe late high school when GoldenEye came out on the N64. That was a big deal. You know, because all their little brothers were playing Mario Kart, and I guess maybe Star Fox, because it was 1997. Diddy Kong Racing might have been out. I don't remember what month GoldenEye came out, but it was 97. You know, there was no Smash Bros. Yet. There was no Mario Party yet. So that was like a nice kind of grown-up game for the teens and the early 20-somethings to play on their N64. And it wasn't for kids. Because Nintendo's been facing those allegations for a long time. It didn't just happen, you know, recently, like some of us might think. You played the heck out of GoldenEye and you remember it fondly, especially the secrets. I think that was your favorite thing about it. You agree that it controls like garbage, and going back to it, you were shocked how weird and floaty it was. Definitely rose-tinted glasses. Yeah, for sure, Hot Dog. And, you know, I think you've been here enough to know that game gushes and game roasts are meant tongue-in-cheek and in good fun. Like, I'm roasting games that are in my collection. I'm roasting games that I own and that obviously I have some kind of attachment to. I don't hate GoldenEye. I just recognize its flaws because I don't have the nostalgia for it as a kid. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure, yeah. I'm not completely disparaging it. I do think it is extremely overrated, though. And then, yeah, like you said, rose-tinted glasses. Yo, what's up? I am the ma'am. I am the ma'am. I hope you take this as much of a compliment as you possibly can, but you are one of the most I love GoldenEye coded people I think I have ever met. Like, if I saw you from 30 feet away and someone like whispered in my ear, do you think that guy played a lot of GoldenEye back in the day? Without hesitation, I would say yes, absolutely. Top played game from your N64 collection, guaranteed. Wow. See, as a kid, I wasn't allowed to play any game that had like any kind of violence or shooting or whatever. GoldenEye was not rated M. It was rated T. I'm pretty sure. I think they figured out a way to make it rated T. But even still, I wasn't allowed to play it because my mom knew all you do in this game is shoot people. I don't want my son playing that. And I was so drink the Kool-Aid on my mom's rules that I didn't want to play those games either. Not because I thought I was gonna like get in trouble. Like, I was afraid of getting in trouble, but I also legitimately didn't want to play them, and I was kind of scared of them. I truly had like the parental fear of God in me kind of thing. And so I went over to my friend's house and he had GoldenEye. And he was like, "Oh, do you want to see it?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't know. And he's like, it's fine, it's cool. And he like played the campaign and showed me. And I think he offered to like let me play and like play against him, and I knew that wasn't going to go well. So I was like, no. You're just going to beat me and I'm going to get mad. I'll just watch you play the campaign. You know, just show me how good you are. And I remember watching him playing it, and I didn't like dislike it, but it didn't like change my mind. It didn't make me be like, "Oh, I want this game now. I got to figure out a way to get it without my mom knowing, or convince my mom to get it for me." Like, that didn't happen. And I don't know how long it was before I saw people playing it multiplayer to experience what that was like firsthand, but it wasn't long. And I remember playing it and not liking it. But I didn't play it very much back in the day. I only had a big brush with it multiplayer. I think it was in college. Somebody was like, "Yo, we should bust out the N64 and GoldenEye," you know, like retro moment. And I was horrific at it. And I was like, this game sucks. And I was doing so bad that the only way I could hold my own was to just complain about how bad the game was while everybody else eviscerated me and each other. I don't remember when that was, though, or who that would have been with. But I know I was not a kid the first time I played it significantly multiplayer. And even then, I didn't play it significantly. And then I finally played through the campaign, you know, at like 26 years old or whatever. You're doing great, guy. You're doing great. Keep going. He's cruising. He's like halfway through this bottle already. You never actually did the campaign? So many hours with your brother and you never played the campaign? That's wild, ma'am. That's wild. The campaign is good. Like Hot Dog said, a highlight is definitely the secrets. Just kind of like exploring the levels. Because it doesn't have that annoying thing where like enemies respawn every 5 seconds. So you can like go back and look around and take your time once you clear an area, just kind of like going up to random stuff that looks suspicious and hitting the action button and whatever. There are a good amount of secrets in the game. I just wish there were more puzzles and unique missions. They did such a great job with that in The World Is Not Enough. And that game just feels so much more like James Bond to me. They really learned a lot in like the 2 or 3 years between those two. I think it's a completely different dev team too. I don't think it's Rare. But yeah, GoldenEye is very like arcadey. It's very arcade style, for better and for worse. You get really bored with following games and playing them through? That's fair. That's fair. I'm sure there's actually a lot of people like you that did the same thing, where they They owned GoldenEye, they played it for 1 billion hours, and they never touched the campaign because all they wanted to do was play with their friends. And that's why they bought it. It's like people who buy a sports game and only play against their friends, and they never play through like a season of the sport. You know, it doesn't matter that they're a big fan of the sport. They want it because they want to play with other people and not against a computer. That's a super common thing, especially now. Like people who buy like online games that have online, you know, like Call of Duty. Like most people think that those campaigns suck and they never even touch them. They only buy it for the multiplayer. They don't even care. It's very common now. Can't believe Call of Duty is still going now. It's been going, they've been doing the same thing for so long. It's kind of amazing. You play all the campaigns. Well, good for you, Gad. I think it would actually, it would be interesting to go back and play some of like those original Call of Duty campaigns when that's all the game was. Like Call of Duty 2 on like PC. That's like World War II, I think. I remember watching my friend play that on his computer, and I thought it looked really cool. That was the first time I ever saw a shooter game that was like a period piece, where like all the weapons were like old and from that specific era. You know, you had like a bolt action rifle type thing, and I was like, this is neat, you know? And you're in like somewhat historically accurate locations that are like related to historically accurate battles. And of course it's embellished and there's a new story and whatever, but you know, historical fiction. I didn't probably understand how much I liked period pieces in historical fiction at that point in a way that I could verbally articulate it. Maybe I did. But that was why it appealed to me so much. And I would still go back and play something like that. I'm not entirely averse to shooters. They just have to have a good story and not ridiculous AI. Obviously, it has to have good controls. Keep going, dude. You're doing great. You're doing great. Show us how hungry you are. The first shooter game that I got into the story of and like really got sucked into and fully completed was 13. Roman numeral 13. I still think that's one of the best shooter games out there as far as single player story goes. Yo, what's up, Space? How you doing, dude? Thank you for the ding dong. Ding dong to you as well. Or dink donk if you prefer. I bet Space Robot has played 13. That's such a good game. Doing lovely. Good to hear. Yeah, we're doing great. Just doing a little bottle time here. Feeding the little guy. For the next little bit. Before we get back to the game. Just chatting and yapping about whatever comes up. We were just talking about GoldenEye. And we kind of transitioned into talking about shooters. Shooter game culture. You have not played Final Fantasy 13, but you have not played 13, but you've played Final Fantasy 13. All right. I don't know. I guess I don't know that you're into shooters. So maybe that wouldn't be a game that you would play. Try to play GoldenEye after you got your retro tank and it was horrible. Really? Like horrible because it didn't feel the same as you remember, ma'am? Or it was horrible because of some kind of like technical issue with the retro tank? You've played 13 on the OG Xbox. Nice, hot dog. Yeah, I played it on PS2. The controls, just like inherently, yeah, it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough, man. Especially when like back in the day, you could learn it and get really good at it because it was just like a one of one. But then after spending like decades playing twin stick shooters and then trying to go back to it, even for somebody who played it for a bunch back in the day, it's probably like, whoa, I don't know if I can do this anymore. Halo, the original Halo is your favorite. Interesting. I want to play through all the Halo campaigns. I own them on PC. And getting an Xbox is somewhere in the middle of my 2025 list. I want to get a 360 specifically, and some of the games that are still locked to it, mostly the Mistwalker games and a couple others. But I've toyed with the idea of getting the Halo games for 360 and playing them on there instead of PC, just because I would prefer that experience control-wise. And if I was like streaming them, I hate playing games on my computer. I don't care that I can use a controller. I hate playing games on my computer, especially if I'm streaming. I don't like streaming games that I'm also playing on my computer. It gives me like anxiety. You like Halo 3, SNES? Yeah, I was forced to play a lot of Halo 2 multiplayer back in the day, because that was the one that was really popular with my friends at the time. And I had fun goofing around, you know, but I was terrible at it. But I've always been interested in playing through the campaigns. I feel like I would probably enjoy them. Played GoldenEye for the first time a couple years ago. Controls were perfectly fine for you, but the objectives were really difficult to figure out. Interesting. Yeah, I think the controls, like, they work, and they are learnable, for sure. But they're so different than anything else. And I think they work fine for the campaign where you have like auto aim and stuff, but when you're playing against other people, it really sucks, because you're having to like constantly stop moving to like move your reticle around the screen, and then they're gone, and then you got to start moving again, and it's not good. 4-player co-op campaign, man, that would be really fun. Team SWAT. Is that a special mode, Gad? 4-player co-op with skulls. What does that mean? Try playing GoldenEye multiplayer on Switch with a Pro controller. That was a rough time. Interesting. Yeah, how does that work? They try to map the C buttons to the right stick? Still do co-op Halo 3 sometimes with friends. Nice. Yeah, that sounds like it would be really fun. Man, co-op campaigns are such a great novelty. There's not enough of that. There never has been. I always loved that. It's pretty bad. Yeah, C buttons on the right stick is almost always a bad time. Skulls which activate bonuses. Huh. Just have battle rifles and pistols. Headshot is insta-kill. I do like the idea of having like a group of friends that plays the same shooter, and you're all kind of like roughly on the same skill level, and then you have like fun little modifiers that you like to do. That's great. But with my group of friends, when we would play Halo 2, it was like, okay, 2 of you are really good, and 1 of us is like okay, and then me and another guy are horrible. We have no idea what we're doing. So the only time we could ever like do anything is if we did like rockets only, you know, because then you could like get lucky or shoot like kind of near someone and still get them. That was the only time that I like really had fun, is if I got like a lucky grenade or a lucky rocket. Yeah, you guys are speaking a language that I don't understand. I've never enjoyed multiplayer like deathmatch games. Unless you count Splatoon, I guess. That would be the one exception. But even like stuff that's not shooters, like most split screen competitive games, with the exception of like Mario Kart, I don't really enjoy. Smash Bros is great. Mario Party's great. You know, sports is whatever, depending on what it is. But even like Star Fox multiplayer, Donkey Kong 64 multiplayer, which I guess is technically a shooter. That's like GoldenEye 2 in a weird way. What were some of the other ones? Tony Hawk, I was never interested in the multiplayer. Only wanted to play the single player. Gauntlet was good multiplayer. There's a co-op campaign. You gotta tilt your head more, buddy. You're not getting anything. There you go. Griff Ball. I remember the Forge. I remember hearing about that. I remember people talking about that. Was suck. Yeah, Gauntlet was really sick. I still love Gauntlet Legends. I still have dreams of like having a friend group that gets together and like cruises through the campaign. You could do it in probably, you know, 3 or 4 nights. But it's fun to like grind your character and get your stats up or whatever. I had a pretty solid playthrough going with my friend in like 2011, but we never beat the game. We got super caught up in grinding and getting our stats like way up. Yeah, I would love to do that with Dark Legacy as well, Space. I remember when somebody figured out how to make the Wii U GameCube controller adapter work on PCs. Somebody figured that out and came out with like a patch, and so you could plug in the official Nintendo GameCube controller adapter to your PC to use with you know, like GameCube and Wii emulators. And it was so convenient because you've got four controller ports in 2 USB ports, or maybe even 1. I don't even remember if you had to use the second USB port like you did on the console. And I got Dark Legacy running with that. And all I needed was a group of friends to come over to sit in front of the PC. I had the controllers and everything ready to go, but it never happened. But I was like on a kick with that for a while. I was like, we gotta do Dark Legacy, we gotta do Dark Legacy. But nobody was into it. But yeah, those are great because it's so much less of a commitment than something like, you know, Champions of Norath or, you know, Baldur's Gate, something that has like way more going on with like the character stats and customization and skill trees and whatnot. It's very, very simple. It's just like kill enemy, number go up. You don't have to make any decisions or whatever. It's just very arcade style. You know, you can get like very normie people to play it with you. It's like, oh, you want to be a warrior or a wizard? You know, you want to throw fireballs or throw axes? Keep it real simple. You would come over for Dark Legacy? All right, I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. If we can find 2 more, we'll get y'all over here. We'll play some Dark Legacy. At this point, I'd probably just buy the game on console. We can play it on console. But I need the 4-person group for Crystal Chronicles. That's what I need. I need Crystal Chronicles to happen before any other group in-person couch co-op games. That's at the top of my list. I need a committed 3 human beings to play through the original Crystal Chronicles with me. I have everything we need. I just need the people. I've wanted that. I've wanted that for like 12 years. That is legitimately on my bucket list. You've got 2 of the cables right there. Nice. I have 4 of the cables. And I think I have 5 GBAs. Yeah, I would do 4 Swords Adventures. I've played 4 Swords Adventures single player, and it was decently fun. I would play it with 3 other people. But that would be way further down the list compared to Crystal Chronicles. But that's a fun little game. You had 2 4-player Crystal Chronicles sessions and you had a blast? Did not finish the game though? Yeah, see, that's the thing, Hot Dog. Like, it's hard enough to get those 4 people to come over and like sit through the first part of like making a character and deciding who's gonna carry the chalice and all this stuff. And then to like continue, like, so much. It's so much. You're doing great, little guy. You're almost done. Keep going. Boom, 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 boom. I wish MN was still here. I need to find out if he has 4 PVMs yet. He's been kind of on a tear with collecting PVMs the last couple years. The ultimate way to play Crystal Chronicles is to have 4 little PVMs and then a regular CRT, and then you need 5 GameCubes. And all 5 of them need to have the GBA player attachment. You don't need the disc, but all 5 of them need to have the attachment. And then you can do the rest with Swiss or 1 Game Boy player disc. And then what you do is you use each GameCube as a GBA. So you plug a regular GameCube controller into a GameCube, and then you plug in the Game Boy to GameCube link cable into the GBA player, and then that GameCube controller cable goes into the 5th GameCube. So, and then your output goes to one of those PVMs. So your little Game Boy, what would be on your Game Boy screen is now on like a little PVM in front of you. And then the main game is on the big screen. That's the ultimate setup. But that's like a $1,500 setup. Probably. If you're counting the monitors. If you already had the monitors, you could probably pull it off for, I don't know, $400 if you didn't have anything. Crystal Chronicles is like a $20 game. The Game Boy player without the disc, I haven't checked in a while, but you could probably get that for like $30. GameCubes, you could probably get a GameCube for $60 still. If you didn't care about the condition or the color, and you didn't need it to be a DOL 001, that wouldn't matter. You could just use S-Video for the little guys. That would be fine. The link cables are really cheap. You wouldn't need GBAs at all. Presumably the GameCubes are coming with a controller, so you've got the 4 controllers. I saw a YouTube video of some guys doing that setup in like 2012, and it blew my mind. Totally blew my mind. Yeah, you would need like some little BNC adapters or something, depending on the PVMs. That's true. That's true, Space. That's probably another $20 or so. But I don't think you'd have to shell out. I mean, you could, obviously. You could shell out for like a Prism cable. Or if you were really crazy, you could have 5 OEM GameCube component cables. Then you're talking about like a $3,000 setup. But yeah, you could just use the S-Video cable and use some adapters. Or if you had a PVM that has an S-Video port, you could use that, because you don't need audio. You wouldn't need to get audio to the PVM for your Game Boy screen. I don't even remember. Do the Game Boys make audio when you play that game? I can't remember, but yeah, God help you if you're trying to get 5 OEM GameCube component cables, because yeah, then you've got to buy a special model of the GameCube for your setup. The Game Boys do make audio. Okay, so you probably want that for the full experience. But yeah, you could probably get some little BNC connectors for your S-Video or your composite, and I would be totally fine with that on like a little 4, 6, 8-inch PVM. It's totally fine. We'll make do with composite. Well, okay, the only reason to use PVMs would just be to have them be small. So like the peak setup was a row of 4 identical PVMs, and with the big CRT sitting on top of them. Because one, they're made to support that weight, and just the fact that they were so small. You can't really find like a 4-inch CRT, or you could probably find an 8-inch CRT, but it might be kind of difficult. But yeah, you could just get like 4 little 14-inch Sony Trinitrons.
I don't believe you.
You better believe it, Jem. How are you doing? I was watching you play that spooky alien game yesterday, and I was getting scared. I was too scared to chat. Hope you're doing good today, dude. But yeah, I guess it would be it would be cheaper to just use random CRTs for the Game Boy screens. It just might be a little bit overkill depending on how large they were, and then I don't know how you would like set it all up. The game is V-spoopy. Yeah, it's a pretty spooky game. I'm doing great. Just feeding the baby while we take a break and chat for a little bit. We're gonna get back to the game here pretty soon. He's eating pretty fast. He needs to eat a little bit more. Yep, he's sticking his finger in his mouth like, hey, I'm not done, dude. Give me more. How many dad jokes have I cracked? Yeah, we could build a custom rack for it, Space. Absolutely. I mean, if we're going all out, let's do it. I'd be happy to build that. I love building stuff. Well, Jem, to answer your question, everybody seems to think that I have been a dad joke maker for a long time. And I kind of took that as an insult because I feel like my humor is very high level, very highbrow, very astute, very intellectual. You know, I don't shy away from a simple joke. But there's a lot of people that seem to say that, like, or they seem to think that any type of like pun or wordplay is a dad joke. But I would contest that most dads would not be on my level of wordplay or pun. And, you know, there are people who are not fathers or are not capable of being fathers. You know, there are other non-paternal genders that make wordplay and puns at a high level. They're not dads. Anyways. Right. So it's like you have a kid and it's like, oh, nice dad joke. And it's like, well, wait a minute. There's no need to be hurtful and disparaging. That was a good joke. Just because I have a kid now, you can't tell me that's a dad joke. That's how you got to be Gad the dad. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I'm not overly offended by it. It's not a big deal. But I know for myself that my humor is much higher level than that. It'll be easier for everyone involved. Look, just shut up and take it, man, alright? You're a dad. Your dad jokes. Oh, I have Kappa emotes turned off, Jem, but I see it. I know you're joking around. Do you want to ask why? You can probably guess. It's pretty obvious, I think. I'm just not a fan. They're often used nefariously. That's pretty much the only reason. But don't worry, you're good. You're good people. All right, you're kind of sliding here, buddy. We need to give you a little adjustment. Let's get you back up into your spot. Here we go. Here, try that now. He's kind of stopped, so I think I'm going to go ahead and move him to his tummy time and let him work out for like 10 or 15 minutes. And then he will probably ask me for a little bit more. Yo, what's up, Draconics? If I master one instrument, what instrument would you want to master? I guess my primary instrument, guitar. I don't know how to quantify master. Like, as someone who plays an instrument at a pretty high level and has studied it for a long time, like, you recognize that there's always a bigger fish and there's always a higher level and there's no ceiling. There's no skill ceiling. Like, you'll never reach it. So, like, trying to quantify mastery is hard. Like, you either have to say, oh, well, mastery, like, if you have, like, this kind of idealistic idea of mastery, where it's like, oh, well, mastery is when you're the best. It's like, okay, well then mastery doesn't exist because you'll never be the best. So is mastery some like somewhat arbitrarily decided upon level where it's like, okay, you're this level of proficiency and you can continue to improve and you can be better than this level, but I don't know what that would look like. It's very relative. You know, like there are people throughout my life who have told me that I have mastered the guitar, but I don't feel like I've mastered the guitar. Not even close. So, I don't know, I guess mastery is in the eye of the beholder? So I would be curious what you would consider mastery. But even without knowing the answer, I guess, even without knowing what mastery means, I would still choose guitar, because it's my favorite instrument. And if I could be so bold as to say that I've already mastered it, then I would master piano. Or if I had to choose a different instrument besides guitar, I would choose piano. The way it's used in other skill sets when there's nothing left for you to learn from an existing master. But that's like a bit of an Ouroboros, right? Especially with guitar. I guess it's probably easier with piano because piano is like very rooted in tradition and like silly avant-garde stuff. In piano world is like, oh well, that's not real. The masters and the traditionalists don't accept this weird thing that you're doing. But with guitar, it's like there's always something new happening that's blowing the previous generation of guitarists out of the water that you can't keep up with. You know, like there's things happening on guitar now that are like so technically intensive that I wouldn't even want to attempt them. Yeah, and most people aren't learning from one specific person nowadays. Yeah, that model is very traditional, especially with something like guitar. Like, you might take lessons from somebody, but that's not the only person that you're learning from. But with a more traditional instrument like voice or piano, you might still have that type of instruction where it comes from one person. Okay, I'm going to go put him on his tummy in the other room for these last 15 minutes or so. And then it'll be time to run another ad, and I'll probably have to give him a little bit more after that. Let me go set him down really quick, and I'll come back. Okay. I got him in there. He's on his play mat. Oh, I didn't mean to come back over here. I want to go here. And then we can turn this off now. Oh, I need to do this too. I've been listening to the same Suikoden song for the past, like, hour. Luckily, y'all haven't been hearing it, though. Just me. But I want to listen to the Yoshi music, too. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, we were talking about instrument mastery. Yeah, that's a whole can of worms. Sorry if that was an unsatisfying answer to your very valid and interesting question, Draconics. I'm sure I overthought it. But yeah, I'm gonna let him roll around for about 13 more minutes here until the next ad comes through. We'll just keep yapping, and then during the next ad break, I'll give him a topper. And we'll see if he goes for a nap here. Sound like a sports announcer. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, Bob, if he goes for a nap after this. He's been, in the off-season, he's been really gearing towards these later naps. Enough knowledge to teach a class, or enough knowledge where you can play any song if asked and practice it. Oh, well, if that's mastery, then I'm already there. I definitely have enough skill to teach a class, and I definitely have enough skill to where, like, obviously play any song is, like, you know, impossible, but, like, is from, like, the context of, like, what people would commonly ask you to play, you know? Like, oh, we need you to play this song for a gig or for a wedding or for this cover band or whatever. Like, from that perspective, yes, I can learn any song. You know, it's like, oh, well, we need you to play this insane, like, metal, fast shred solo in 5 minutes. Or, you know, we need you to play this, like, weird, like, polyphia thing that's, like, super hot right now. You know, okay. Might not be able to do that. Like, I do have a speed limit. I'm not a super fast player. So if something is, like, super, super fast, I might not be able to play it. Or just, like, super technically intensive to a point where I don't want to learn it. Oh, Gobi. Gobi went to go lay down by Backlog Baby. I have the monitor up so I can see him. She likes to go lay down by him when he's on his mat. That was very cute. We're working with her, though, because she also likes to, like, lick around his mouth, which we don't want her to do. She's kind of a scavenger, so she's like, ooh, there's food in there. So I'm trying to teach her that, like, yes, it's okay that you want to hang out by him, and it's okay to, like, give him a couple of kisses on his head or whatever, but just don't lick his face for a minute. He's not actually rolling around. No, he is capable of rolling back onto his back from his tummy. He doesn't do it every time we put him on his tummy. We just put him on his tummy so he can work out a little bit. Usually about 10 to 15 minutes after every time he eats, because that's about how much he's supposed to be getting right now for, you know, working on his neck and his abs. But no, he hasn't successfully rolled from his back to his tummy yet, I don't think. Do I have any favorite guitar virtuosos? Oh man. Yeah, there are definitely some. I'm not, like, super into virtuoso playing. Like, most of my favorite guitar players would not be considered virtuosos, I don't think. Or at least not by, like, today's standards. Maybe at their time they were considered virtuosos, but yeah, I'm not super into, like, virtuoso culture in general, but every once in a while I'll get sucked into a rabbit hole. Let me find this guy's name, actually. I can't remember his last name. I think his first name is Max. Let me see if I can find him. Yes, okay. Here is one person that I would consider a virtuoso, that is a really, really fun and interesting guitar player, is Max Ostro. He's an incredible player. He does some pretty mind-blowing stuff. And I guess if you considered virtuoso, like, if you consider, like, shred, like, a lot of people for like a lot of people, shred is a genre of guitar playing, and if those people are considered virtuosos, I do like some of those people, but not as much as I used to. I used to watch this Thai guitarist named Jack Thamarat a lot. I wouldn't really consider him a virtuoso, which is like why I like him, I guess. It's very piecemeal for me. I can't consume a lot of like super technical high level guitar playing. I can watch like one video and be like, wow, time to go practice. But I can't consume a lot of that. Because it's not like, it can be really tasteful, and the best virtuosic playing is also tasteful. But that's such a small niche, and it's not the main kind of guitar I want to consume. I want to what am I trying to say? I'm more interested in like riffs and hooks and melodies when it comes to guitar. Like, I do like stuff that's flashy and sounds cool and looks cool and is like, wow, how did you do that? But yeah, I like Max Ostro. I like Guthrie. I like Steve Vai most of the time. But I don't listen to a lot of stuff like that. Guthrie is probably the best example of somebody who's like tasteful and has a lot of like riffs and hooks and stuff. But I couldn't listen to him play like all day. Like I would, yeah, Guthrie Govan. I would get pretty bored. Yo, Brock, what's up? I don't know if you're saying Herman Lee sincerely or as a joke, but I would not consider Herman Lee a virtuoso. I am actually not entirely convinced that Herman Lee can actually play the guitar very well. He's pretty famous for pulling off amazing things in the studio and then not being able to play live. So I'm a little suspicious of that. The videos I've seen of him playing in real time were either not great or suspicious. You like Joe Satriani? Yeah, Satriani's cool. I don't think I've ever listened to a Joe Satriani song and been like, wow, that was a really great song. And maybe that sounds like a huge insult. I don't mean for it to be a huge insult. It's just his music never like wowed me or like pulled me in. I fully recognize his talent and his influence. He's like a very, very important guitarist. But I don't listen to his music. And I've never been like blown away by him for any particular reason. Maybe I just haven't heard the right song yet, but I feel like I've heard like a pretty decent amount of Satch music. I'd rather listen to Paul Gilbert than Joe Satriani, personally. You were partly joking because of what I said. Okay, we're on the same page then, Brock. Nice to see you. How you doing? Okay, I'm gonna open a prediction. We got the ad coming up here. Yoshi was the winner. Y'all believed. Congratulations. We're gonna open up another one here. Yoshi versus DK. 2 minutes to get your points in. Ad starting about a minute and a half after that. How do I feel about Buckethead? I really liked Buckethead for a little while there. I don't really care about like the whole like image thing that he had going on, but he could really play. Like, it was one of those things where I heard the recordings and I was like, okay, how much of this is like studio wizardry? It sounds great, but how much of it is like real? And then I saw videos of him playing live and he was like really doing a lot of the stuff that was on the recordings, and I was like, this guy's great. He can really play. And his songs like have good hooks a lot of the times. So I'm a supporter. I haven't listened to him in a really long time. I don't even know if he's still doing stuff, but definitely think he's cool. Or at least was cool. Yeah, Paul Gilbert can still rip. with the best of them. But again, I wouldn't consider Paul Gilbert a virtuoso. Maybe I'm just putting way too much value on that. Because like Paul Gilbert could keep up with Guthrie Govan. So I don't know why I don't think of him as a virtuoso. I think Guthrie can definitely do things that Paul could never do in a million years, but it's not like they're on different planets or anything. They're on the same planet. I don't know. No, I've never heard of Myron, or is it just Myron? Never heard of them before. Never heard of them before. Yeah, and if you guys have any cool guitar videos that you would like me to be aware of, whether they're certain songs of people that I'm already aware of that maybe I haven't heard, or people I've never heard of, send them to me on Discord. If you're not in the Backlog Boys server and you don't want to be in the Backlog Boys server, you can just send them to me directly or whatever. I'm always down to check somebody out. No guarantee that I'm gonna, love them or like them as much as you do, but always down to check somebody out. They make music like retro racing games. Interesting. Retro racing games. I don't know how to think of that as a genre of music. I think of... There's like city pop racing game music, and then there's like drum and bass racing game music, and then there's like hip-hop racing game music. You said retro. I wouldn't associate the hip-hop so much with the retro racing. But yeah, I don't know if I should be thinking of like city pop or like J-Fusion, or if I should be thinking of like drum and bass. Ridge Racer type stuff. Either way, that'd be cool to hear, I suppose. It'd be sweet if there was like a drum and bass band, but nobody does that. What game is actually the reference point? Oh, F-Zero. Oh, okay. That's definitely a genre. Okay, ads are starting. I'm going to switch over. I'm going to go give the little guy a topper and enjoy the Smash match. Good luck if you're in the prediction, if you're even hearing me say this. And we'll be back with the game in about 3 minutes, most likely. Thanks for being here.
This game's winner is Donkey Kong.
All right, we're back. Thank you for that. Oh, actually, really quick, I gotta go grab something. I need to grab the charger for the monitor because it's gonna run out of battery. 1 second. Alright, there we go. Got it plugged in. Got it where I can see it. He should be pretty content now. He ate quite a bit. So he'll probably play for a little bit on his mat. And he'll probably fall asleep. He seems pretty relaxed. Okay. DK won this one. Look at that. All right. Let's get our stats updated here. So we go 1-1 after round 2. As interesting as it could possibly be. So DK has 1 up on Yoshi. Get our stats updated here. And 1 for the blue corner. There we go. All right. Cool. If you ever want to look at these stats for some reason, if you're a data nerd like me, exclamation point smash in the chat. Let's get back to Suikoden here. Where are we going? Why am I on the screen, actually? We already got Conrad. Oh, I gotta get my sound back on. You guys hear the game, but I don't. Oh, my Turtwig plush fell down. When did that happen? I'm gonna have to fix him later. Oh yeah, I was kind of thinking about going back to Iluya, because there was a couple of recruitable characters there that we couldn't get before. Maybe we can get them now. Let's go there. Maybe that's where the girl with the message in a bottle is. Now that I think about it a little bit more. I'm gonna have another one of these Kit Kats. Man, we tried these Kit Kats on Tuesday. This Kit Kat Gold. It's really good. Let's see if it's as good as I remember it being on Tuesday. Yep. Oh, that sounds cool, Brock. Yeah, I love cool live stream stuff like that. Live stream? Live music concert? Did she say it? I didn't hear TTS lady say cats. Ailey's, thank you so much for 51 months. At tier 2. What a legend. Oh man, those are so good. It's supposed to be caramel flavor on top and original flavor on the bottom, but it's just kind of like its own thing. The album Drift Sage Volume 1. You know, let me write that down because I will not remember it. Check it out later. All right, Ailey's, thank you so much for that resub. I think that's our first 51. We're gonna spin the wheel for you here. Gobi. She walked right in front of the monitor camera. Good girl. Yeah, you can say hi to him, just don't lick all up in his face and mouth. All right, cool. This artwork is cool too. I'll check that out later. Thank you so much, Space, for the rec. Let's spin the wheel for Ailey's before we get back into it. Switch mics here real quick. And let's go over here. Bring up the insert. Why did that not work? Is my bot asleep? No. Is my Stream Deck asleep? No. What? Okay, hold on. Let's see what's going on here. For some reason, the Stream Deck button is not working. Hello? Okay, there's the command. Okay, and the insert is there. Weird. I don't know what's going on with the Stream Deck. Just a little buggy. Supposed to send that message into the chat to trigger that thing to come out, and it just wasn't sending the message. The button wasn't working. But I didn't change anything about the button. I just went to go edit it, and then it started working. Just needed to give it a stern talking to, I guess. All right, let's go spin the wheel. First one of the stream. So pink and orange are both locked. Everything is available. What do we got? What do we got? It's gonna be an orange. All right, that's gonna unlock a snack tasting. Sorry, Aelise, you don't get puppy time. But orange wedges are now unlocked for the rest of the stream. I'm feeling kind of peckish, so I think we'll just do this snack tasting right now instead of waiting till the next ad. So let's go back over here and let me get some music on for you. You've been listening to silence this whole time. I got fooled by the Suikoden music. Let's see, we got quite a few chocolate bars in here. We did taste a chocolate bar last time, if I remember correctly. These sound kind of interesting right now. Oh, these are already open. I must have put them back in the wrong box. Must have already tried those. I don't remember. Or maybe the lady tried these and I haven't tried them yet. That's what it is. Yeah, let's try these. These are some gummies from the Hawaii Candy Factory called Noms. N-O-M-S. Let's get this off the screen. And they're called gummy bears. They have these cute little lemon guys on the packaging. I'm gonna show you in a second. One's a lifeguard and one's a surfer. It says covered in Li Hing and lemon peel. I have no idea what Li Hing is. Island style candies loaded with lemon peel, hand mixed to perfection. I don't know what that means either. This is in a resealable zip pouch. But the tearaway is gone, and I think that's because the lady tried these. Oh wow, these do look very handmade. They're also kind of like melted together into one giant mass. What is all over them? Is that like spicy stuff? That's probably the Li Hing. All right, well, let me give you a close-up on the packaging and a close-up on the inside. You're probably not gonna like what you see on the inside. It's not what you'd probably expect. But here's what the packaging looks like. Very cute. Here's the back. Yeah, you got these cute little lemon mascots. It smells very strongly of lemon. Kind of smells like a Kool-Aid packet. Very, very similar. I guess Li Hing must be some kind of like fiber, because there's all these like dried specks all over these gummies that kind of look like they would be like little crunchy bits. And so I'm guessing that some of these are like crumbled up like candied lemon peel, and the other pieces that are less identifiable are probably whatever Li Hing is. The gummy bears themselves are all different colors, but they're kind of mashed together. I'm gonna give you a close-up on the camera here. This is not a very flattering look, so I guess if you're like weird about weird looking foods, maybe don't look at the camera for a second, but I think it's kind of interesting and it smells really yummy. So here's what they look like. So it kind of looks like they fell on the ground and like picked up some dirt or something. It's kind of what they look like, but I promise that's not what happened. We've got like an orange, a green, and a red that I can see. I'm gonna try to get one of each color. They are starting to come apart. It kind of looks like when you have gummies that are dusted with like chili powder, but that's not what's going on here. Those might be the only three colors actually. Yeah. Orange, green, and red. Here, this is a little bit of a better look. Let me set these aside. I wanna give you a better look at what all this stuff looks like on them, because it looks a lot more flattering and appetizing outside of the bag. So here's kind of what they look like. They're all stuck together, but they've got all this like stuff on them. Li Hing Mui powder is made of ground plum skin, which has previously been pickled in a combination of licorice, red food coloring, salt, sugar, and occasionally aspartame or saccharin. Whoa, that's so specific, Brock. Thank you for that. Okay, We're gonna try the red one first. So here's a red one. It's got a lot of stuff on it. What does that taste like? It's very tart. It's reminiscent of something. Despite how the stuff on the outside looks, it doesn't really contribute to the texture at all. They're not like crunchy on the outside or gritty on the outside. It's kind of just like eating a normal gummy. Man, okay, before I eat these other colors, I'm gonna eat another red one to try to better perceive that. It's not a sticky gummy, it's a very springy gummy. This reminds me of something and I'm trying to pin it down. But I can't land on it. It's pretty good. It's kind of like that's kind of like a strawberry flavor, but it's very tart and bitter because of the lemon peel. All right, let's try this orange one. That's a very classic orange flavor. Artificial orange flavor, like an orange soda or a orange hard candy. I think a lot of people that try these probably think that they taste like medicine. There was a slightly reminiscent quality there that I could see people, like if somebody had orange flavored medicine as a kid, that's a pretty uncommon one, but it did exist. You would hate the gummy that I just ate. All right, let's try the green one here. This one's got a lot of stuff on the outside. I'm not detecting the flavor on that one. It's hard because the outside stuff, it doesn't contribute to the texture very much, really, hot dog. That one had a lot on it, so I could kind of perceive it a little bit. And it's almost like the texture of like oatmeal, I guess? Have you ever had a candied lemon peel? It's like the texture of a candied lemon peel, but like broken up into tiny little pieces. So it's like a little bit chewy, but they're so small that they just kind of dissolve. I'm eating another green one to try to pick up on the flavor. But the stuff that's on the outside is all the same flavor. So that kind of binds them together, but I'm trying to taste the flavor of the actual gummy. But for this one, the stuff on the outside is actually stronger. So I'm just kind of tasting lemon. They're not bad, but they're certainly not like wow. And it's weird not having a ingredient list on here. There's no ingredient list, so that's kind of weird. I don't like that. It's one of my favorite things to look at. And if there's aspartame in it, I don't want to eat a bunch of it. But it's certainly interesting. I've never had anything quite like it before. I've never seen a gummy with like tasty dirt on the outside. It's a good flavor. It's very tart lemon. It doesn't necessarily feel like you're eating real fruit like some specialty or healthy gummies do. It still tastes like candy, but with like notes of real fruit in there. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. I could see this tasting good if you're like out and about, like this would be like a good trail snack. I could see it feeling like really, really punchy and restorative if you're like in a caloric deficit kind of thing, but you would feel way better than eating like candy on an empty stomach would make you feel, kind of thing. Does that make sense? Obviously not as like, not the same kind of caloric density as like a trail mix or something, but this would really boost your blood sugar. Weird that the package and their website doesn't have it. Yeah, that is weird. If the ingredient list is accurate, it does contain aspartame. Yeah, we don't like aspartame. Not good. There is like a faint note of like fake sugar when I eat it. So that could be that. I can't really pin it down. Yeah, they're okay. They're okay. They're interesting. They're not bad. But they're just okay. The appearance is quite the shock. I think some people would be like, "Whoa, I'm not eating that." But I'm curious by nature when it comes to stuff like that. There's certainly things that I won't go for, but that was interesting. All right, thank you for joining me for that. We're gonna go back to the game now. Switch back to the good mic and go over here. And turn off the Mario Paint music. There we go. Whoa, I'm not eating that. Did you look it up, Jem? They're pretty wild looking. Sugar, corn syrup, dried corn syrup are the first 3 ingredients. Yeah, that's not very exciting. I don't like corn syrup either. Doesn't make me feel good. Gobi, you're blocking the camera. She's right in front of the camera. I can't see, baby. What are you doing, Gobi? She's just like rooting around in his room. She never gets to go in there, so. Oh, she laid down. That's very sweet. Okay. She can be there. She just wants to be by him. All right, we're in Elia. We're not required to be here by the story, but there are some recruitable characters that we left behind. 75% of the ingredients are different sugars, sweeteners, and some seed oils. Yeah, that doesn't sound very exciting. Definitely not very nutritious at all. But I mean, we are talking about gummy bears here, so it's kind of par for the course. It doesn't really necessarily seem like it's predicating itself on being healthy. I think it's just a different cultural interpretation of something. Oh, this is one of those evil guys. Let me go save and then we'll try to fight it. I forgot. I think there's like 2 or 3 of these guys here. We might be able to take them down now. We're really strong. Yeah, I don't know if I would say that the amount of corn syrup and sugar is weird, but it's definitely off-putting. It's definitely not good. But I think it's pretty common. Gobi, move! Gobi doesn't understand how I can know what she's doing without being in the same room as her. It freaks her out. I'll be watching the monitor while he's like downstairs, and she'll like get too close to his face, and I'll be like, Gobi, and she's like, how? She doesn't know she's on camera. It looks like these guys are still pretty strong, even after all this time. I guess they do have a buff out. And we are on auto. They got Kate! Just get me off of this battle. I need to get back to my ship so I can fully heal and save. I don't care if we all make it through this battle. Just get me out of here. Oh wait, what am I doing? Ugh. I'm such a dummy. I keep forgetting that I can teleport back to my ship. I can do that literally at any time. It's very important that I remember that I can do that. Okay, let me go up to my room and save. I didn't even know saccharin was an ingredient. What's up, D. Holmes? I think of saccharin just as an adjective, meaning overly sweet. I don't even know what that is as an ingredient. When I hear saccharin, I just think of, like, toxic positivity. But yeah, it's probably being used because it's like a cultural product. It's probably like something that was traditionally used in Hawaii because that was all they had access to, or, you know, it was like all they could get imported or something like that. And then it became traditional to use it. Kind of like how we eat white bread and things from like the Depression era that are terrible food, but they're now part of our culture because we ate them for so many decades because it was all we could get. Hi, Gobi. Oh, I forgot to save. Dang it. Okay, that's fine. Teleport back. Oh, wait, no, I did save. I did save. I'm the worst. We'll just save right here. Saccharin was the most common artificial sweetener in the mid-20th century. It was removed from everything because a study showed that it caused tumors in rats. But later research showed that the mechanism causing this in rats doesn't exist in humans. Huh. That's weird. Definitely unsettling. Sounds inconclusive, which is definitely a good enough reason to avoid. Kind of like sucralose. Although that's getting closer and closer to conclusive, it seems. Yeah, I probably won't eat the rest of those. Sprecker's low-cal root beer has saccharin in it. Huh. That is wild. That is wild. Okay, we're not going to auto this time. Which one of them has the buff spell? I think it's the archer. Everyone, as long as everyone's attacking the same person, I'm happy. And we'll just potion heal right outside the treasure chest. Alright, now everybody attack the soldier. Because I think the captain has slightly more HP and we might not kill it in one turn. Oh, the soldier has very little. Oh, you have the buff spell. You just waited to use it. Okay. So we're going to go all out on this little fuzzball. We've never killed one of these things. We've run into a bunch of them so far in the game. We have absurdly high stats right now and some very powerful combination magic. So I want to just find out like exactly how tanky are these things. So we're going to walk right up to it. And then we're going to top off our health here. We have full MP. Okay. Here we go. We have never killed one of these. They can't be that strong. We haven't tried to fight one in a really long time. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's see. Scorched Earth is with Kate. And then I think Kate also has one with Mizuki. So this one's 1500. Let me just shop these really quick. Water Dragon is an attack and a heal, and that is also with Kate. So if we use the high damage one, we won't have the healing one. But we do have 2 AoE heals. I think in the interest of this fight specifically, we're going to go for all out. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do Scorched Earth. We're going to attack. We're going to Shrike Rune. We're going to suplex this Karibo. $800 damage. I'm keeping like a loose count of its health. There's the AoE. Okay, now we're gonna do let's see. We'll do Blazing Wall. Attack. And now we're gonna do AoE heal. And we're gonna do defense buff. AoE. His regular attack doesn't do very much. Okay, so that's about 1,000. That's full health. A little bit overkill, but it's good to have full health before putting the buff on. Okay. We're gonna do Blazing Wall again. Attack. Kate can't do both of these because you have to use your level 4 in order to do it. So, Shrike Rune. The shredding. Yeah, we'll do the shredding here. Okay, that's probably about 1,500 health. That was 352. Okay, now we're coming up on 2,000. Okay, so we're out of those. This seems like a pretty good deal. 300 versus 30. I think I'm just going to attack, though. Bartholomew attack. Shrike. And the shredding. Okay, here comes the AoE again. Still does an absurd amount of damage, even with the buff out. Definitely over 2,000 with this attack. So it's got more than 2,000. It definitely takes more damage from magic than it does physical. This is a little dangerous, but we're going to use this. And then we're going to do AoE heal again. Next turn we'll have to rebuff our defenses. We're out of shredding. And looks like Kate is out of attack magic. So we're just doing physical now. So our damage output is vastly decreased. Okay, great that the heal went off first. That's exactly what we would have wanted. I want to see how this does. Okay, that's good. Excuse me? He just did 2,000. He did 2,200 damage to Bartholomew. There's no way that you could survive that. Yo, Megan! How are you doing? What's up, everybody? Thanks for the raid, Megan. Welcome in. What's up? How's it going? How was stream today? What were you playing? Let's see. Guys, go follow Megan. Megan's a blast. I love putting Megan on at my computer and then like doing chores and just like occasionally hearing like screams across the house that may be of joy or of dismay. It's a fun little way to brighten your day. Nermi, welcome in. Space, hello again. Draco, welcome in. Blackshore Dragon, welcome. Ninja Heather, welcome. Megan, hello. Kalandra, am I saying that properly? Welcome in. Jin, welcome in. Hamet Juan, welcome in. VK, nice to see you. Great to see you. Lord knows, nice to see you. Yes, I'm doing great today. Shathan, nice to see you. How's Suikoden and how's being a new papa? It's great. Both are great. Suikoden's fun. We're playing Suikoden 4. I've played 1 and 2, and now we're playing 4. I'm playing in a weird order. I'm gonna play 3 last, because I'm weird. But we're having a great time. What was going on in Retro today? You were playing Mega Man X again. How was that? I was watching a little bit of that this morning and yesterday, I think it was. Super fun. Your first Mega Man, right? I think Mega Man X would be my first Mega Man as well. I think that's the one that I would stand the most chance of being, like, decent at. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you coming through. If you've never been here before, my name's Austin. You may have seen me in chats as BB Austin. But this is the channel I stream on, Backlog Boys. That's what the BB stands for. There used to be 2 of us that streamed on this channel. My friend Vaughn and I used to do YouTube Let's Plays together. We are the Backlog Boys. And we moved to different states and we couldn't get together and record YouTube stuff anymore. So we decided to stream on the same Twitch channel and kind of do the same thing. We're like, I would stream some of the days and he would stream some of the days. And, you know, we were like sharing friends and viewership and whatnot. But he doesn't stream anymore. We're still super close friends. We work together on other stuff. He's just really busy with his career and he doesn't really have the time or the means to stream regularly. So we love Vaughn very much, but he doesn't stream anymore. It's just me now. Sometimes I'll get him to come down and stay with me for like a week and we'll stream together and do like fun marathon stuff and whatnot and kick it. But it's just me that streams on this channel now. But that's why I have 2 channels. I always feel like I have to explain that. Because people are like, wait, what? You stream, but you don't stream on this account? Why would you do that? That's so dumb. And you're right. You're right. But that's why. But yeah, welcome in, y'all. I'm playing RPGs on Fridays. I'm playing anything that's not an RPG on Tuesdays. Those are my 2 stream days right now. I'm looking at adding in another stream day because I am not working anymore. I'm at home with the new baby. I don't have to go to work anymore. It's pretty awesome. It was a choice, not a you know, I wasn't like laid off or anything. I'm choosing not to work anymore. Very fortunate to be able to do so. Those are my dogs saying hello. Not the 90s boy band Backstreet Boys. Yes, you're welcome, Nermi. It's, you know, it's very important to remind people. So I just, as a, you know, rotating PSA, got to put it out there. Make sure people don't get mixed up. We have been called many things that sound like Backlog but aren't quite Backlog, and Backstreet is one of them. But yeah, I'm on a quest to clear my backlog, hence the name. If you're a collector, if you like looking at lists of games, exclamation point backlog will give you a better view of the shelves behind me, a link to my spreadsheet, and a link to my backlogged, if you're into that sort of thing. But I'm way into collecting, I'm way into hardware, retro tech. Everything that I play on stream is on hardware. I think emulation is great too. I don't have anything against it. I just prefer hardware. I use upscalers and all kinds of fun stuff behind the scenes. If you ever want to talk shop on stuff like that, that's one of my passions for sure. I'm also a musician. I make music for myself, for like original projects. I'm in a video game cover band, and I also work with the publisher Apogee on a lot of the games that they publish. So I have some music that's gone into video games and trailers. It's mostly guitar stuff. That's my main instrument, but I play other instruments too. That's me. That's what we do here. I'm in the middle of a like somewhat boss battle. It's like a special encounter. It's kind of like a mimic, I guess. Even though it doesn't look anything like a mimic, it's in treasure chests. And it's really, really strong. We've never killed one before, so we're just kind of going all out on it and seeing if we can kill it. We saved right before this, so we're not going to lose anything if we die. Just kind of an experiment, which we're also all about here. I take fastidious notes while I play. I like to get really, really in the weeds, analyzing the story and the characters and everything from the games that I'm playing. Usually just the RPGs. I don't typically take notes during my Tuesday games, but sometimes I do. Right now we're playing Pikmin on Tuesdays, by the way. First time ever playing anything from the Pikmin series. We're playing the Pikmin 1 remaster. That's been a good time too. Yeah, Apogee is a blast from the past. They made a comeback during the pandemic, hot dog. They're helping a lot of indies get their games published, and they've been remastering a lot of their stuff from back in the day and re-releasing it. They're kind of on a tear right now. They're making a lot of original new IP games as well. Check out, what is it called? I can't think of it right now. But definitely check out Turbo Overkill. That's one that I did 3 tracks for on their soundtrack. That's a pretty interesting looking game. I'm always trying to find people streaming Turbo Overkill, because I never get to hear the songs that I record in context, like in the game. You know, it's not like when you record a song for a video game, they send you the stuff that you need to record your part, and then you send off your part, and then it's over. They're not like, hey, we finished the song, here you go, now you can listen to it. Like, that doesn't happen. You have to either like play the game or watch somebody else play the game or wait for the official soundtrack to release to like hear your song. And even with the official soundtrack release, you don't really get to hear your song like in context. I don't know what the levels look like or what you're doing in the game when the song is playing. You know, what's the balance like between the in-game sound design versus the music? You know, how much of a set piece is it or whatever. I don't usually get to have that experience, so I'm constantly like digging for streams to try to see if somebody's like, oh, maybe they'll be playing Turbo Overkill and they'll be on one of the levels that I played on and I can see it in context. I'm still yet to do that. I have that problem with Bread and Fred. I played on one track for Bread and Fred, which is actually a fairly common game for people to stream. It's a cool game, but the problem is that the game is really, really hard, and the one song that I played on is the credits. So unless someone beats the game, I don't get to hear it in context. But, you know, that one doesn't matter as much. I've heard the finished song on the soundtrack, and there could only be so much context with the credits, but it's still kind of funny. Since you invited Shop Talk, are you using that IVTC22 on this game? I don't think so, Space. I think, isn't that like a fairly new RetroTink 5X feature? I may not even have the most recent update that has that. Yeah, Turbo Overkill looks pretty cool. It's like a sci-fi, fast-paced, like really, really stylized shooter game. And it has really cool music. The composers that did that soundtrack are really, really talented. I didn't write any of the music for the soundtrack. I'm just a hired gun. They're like, hey, we need guitar here. Play this guitar part. You know, maybe I get to like come up with a solo or improvise a solo here and there, but it's usually just like play this melody, play these chunky chords. But those 3 songs that I did for that game are some of the most fun stuff that I've done with Apogee. Those were really fun to do. If you want to just hear the track, there's one called Sunset Synthetica, and it's like if a James Bond song was metal. That's the best way I can describe it. There's like really like low, chunky guitar, like riffing, but then there's like jazzy like horn voicings, and it's very like spy vibes. Like the tonalities are very like James Bond type stuff, but then with like metal guitar. It's a super cool song. It's a cool game. Definitely check it out. It's from the second most recent firmware. It's been around for a while. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm definitely not using it. I'm still using some pretty old like retro RGB profiles, like that are like per console profiles, and they probably predate that feature. So I don't think I'm using that. Yo, welcome in, Lady Valkyrie. Yeah, we're playing some Suikoden. Thanks for coming through with the raid. You can't really deal with FPS games? Yeah, that's fair, D. Holmes. It's definitely not my bag either. We were talking about shooter games earlier, actually. How they're not super for me most of the time. I'm not good at competitive multiplayer stuff like that, typically. Like really fast aiming and stuff. It's not really my jam. But I do like a single-player shooter game if it has like a really, really good story. And or like interesting visuals, you know, and it's not just all about like the violence and destruction, because that kind of weighs heavily on me after a while. Like I get a little too in my head and out of body. Like what am I doing here? Why am I killing all of these people? Like it's not fun to kill people, even when it's not real. It still feels bad. You got to make me feel like I'm, you know, taking out the bad guys, or that I have no other choice. You know, like you got to immerse me in some kind of character or something. Let me see if I can keep going on this fight here. I've yapped quite a bit. But yeah, I could try to break down my my RT5X profile for you, Space, if you want. But I'm definitely not using the IBTC thing. I don't fully understand its purpose still, to be perfectly honest. I read an explanation of like what it's supposed to do, and after reading the explanation, I was like, well, what is that going to do for making my game look better? And I didn't know the answer to that question. Cleaner deinterlacing. Okay. Well, I guess I am playing this game in normal mode and not progressive mode, so it probably still is 480i, but let's see, we're gonna do this again. Attack. We need to do 2 single heals here, so let's do 1 kindness for Bart and 1 healing wind for Kate, for self. Yeah, whenever you boot this game up, it does ask you if you want to play in progressive mode. The only reason I don't do it is because then I wouldn't be able to play on my CRT. It screws it up. We did it! Oh my god! We killed him. 10,000 potch. How much EXP? I didn't realize, or I didn't see how much we got. And a guardian garb. Okay, so you get a bunch of money for killing them, although money is really not a big deal in this game. So what's guardian garb? We can't wear it. It's part of a set. That's not surprising. She can't wear it. Nobody can wear it. Great. Awesome. Yeah, I really like playing on my CRT for, like, obviously nostalgia reasons, and a lot of games look better, but also it's nice just with my setup because then I can have a computer monitor on my big, like, 40-inch HD TV, and it's so much easier to, like, see chat and, like, control the music and stuff like that. So it's also kind of like a logistical thing. Like, the CRT is my third screen. If I play the game on this TV, then I can't have 2 monitors in here anymore. I can only have 1. I'm not at my computer for anyone that's not familiar with my setup, which is probably most of you. My computer that's running the stream is in a completely different room right now. Do we need to do behind the scenes? We probably should do a behind the scenes. What's up, Carp? How you doing? Let me get the phone cam running in here. Backlog Baby's not in here, so I don't have to worry about accidentally showing him on camera, so this is perfect. Carp just got done playing the heck out of this game. This is a cool tune. I like the air who. Carp is also a music nut and game nut like me. Game tech nut. I was just gonna say, Carp, if you don't know space and vice versa, we should facilitate that. Looks like y'all are already acquainted. That's good. Okay, let me get the phone cam on here. I'm gonna show y'all a little behind the scenes here of the setup. Since we have so many techies in the chat right now. Sorry, my brain is melting. We're gonna go over here. Make sure I don't show too much of my hairy legs. And then we're gonna go over. We're gonna turn this on. We're gonna go over here. There we go. And then let me switch mics really quick. Okay, so here's what I'm looking at, right? So here's my CRT with Suikoden on it. And then I have my big TV over here. There's you, hi chat. There's my music and Smash stuff. And then I have my left monitor up there, which has my OBS preview and my ad timer and whatnot. That's the camera that you're seeing me on. And then that's the camera for the wheel. This guy. That's the camera that's looking at the wheel. And then that camera up there is the wide shot. But yeah, I have all my consoles down here. Also, shout out to the baby bouncer and the swing, our two best friends right now. But we got the Nintendo systems over here. So there's the N64 with Smash running. When we do the ads, that's on hardware. That's not an emulator or pre-recorded or anything. That's all legit. There's my SNES over there. It's painted. No, I don't think it looks good. I did it a long time ago. The Cube, the Wii, the Wii U. That's an analog Super NT. It is hooked up. That's a PS1. It's not hooked up. I'm gonna Frankenstein that into a ODE. There's the PS2 that we're playing on right now. PS3 Super Slim and PS4 Slim. That's what I got. And then, oh yeah, the CRT. This is an Insignia. It's from like 2004. It's incredible. It has a component port on the back. So I'm actually seeing a component feed here, which is really nice. I got my G-Comp here. So all the consoles go into there. And then this has two outputs. One goes to the CRT, and then one goes to the RetroTink, which is like right under my TV. Turns it into HDMI and then sends it into the HDMI switcher, the old monoprice. But yeah, that's the setup. And I have a big walkway behind. There's like 2 feet between the wall and all this stuff, so I can easily get back here and work. There's my Turtwig plush that fell down. I don't know why. But yeah, it gives everything room to breathe, so I can get back there and work on stuff easily. And a little shot of the backlog for you from the phone cam, just for funsies. Yeah, that was something that I really, really wanted, Space, when I set this room up. My old space, my original stream space, there's Gobi, hi Gobi, and Nima's tail. When I first set up my stream room at my old house, it was in a really, really tiny room. And the entertainment center that I had everything on had to be pushed up against the wall. And I was similarly close to it as I am right now. You probably couldn't even really tell from that angle, but oh sorry, there's no music this whole time. I'm very close to the screens. But I really, really wanted to have that big space behind there so I could go back and easily cable manage and stuff. Because I don't have to move stuff around a lot, but I would say that it's something that I do often. I need to get a prediction open. Oh, I don't have time to get a prediction open. We're just gonna have to go straight to the ad here. We got an ad coming up. It snuck up on me. Normally I open a prediction so you can wager channel points on who's fighting in Smash Bros. If you don't get stuck behind the ads, you're going to get to see Yoshi versus Donkey Kong. We are working our way through every possible matchup in the original Smash Bros. Just level 9 CPUs on a random stage, no items, keeping track of who wins. Just for fun, just a little activity to do during the ads. And when we get to the end, which will probably take a really, really long time, we're going to do some kind of tournament bracket and see who's the best CPU of them all. But I'll be back in about 3 minutes. I'm going to go put some stuff back in the fridge, grab a snack maybe, take care of yourself, whatever you need to do. Raiders, thank you so much for coming through. If you're able to keep hanging around, we'd love that. If you got to drop out, totally understand. Maybe we'll see you again. But I'll be back in about 3 minutes with another hour of stream. Thanks for being here. All right, we're back. Sorry, that was a little longer than 3 minutes. Yoshi out here making pre-history. I see what you did there. All right, Yoshi goes up 2-1. Get our stats updated here. The Dino does it again. But still plenty of rounds to go. It could go any which way. Let me go help out Backlog Baby with something real quick here. 1 second. Okay. He's like trying to fall asleep, but he was in like a really weird position, so I just needed to go like straighten him out a little bit. Thank you, Megan. Yes, Yoshi is powerful. Unless he's facing Ness, apparently, because Ness beat him 11 times in a row. But Yoshi did beat Jigglypuff, and so far he's beating Donkey Kong, so we will see how that goes. And I was giving y'all double music the whole time. I'm so sorry. Welcome back. Okay, so we beat the Karibo wannabe. I didn't notice how much experience we got, but nobody leveled up, so it must not have been a significant amount. But we did get 10,000 Potch, and we did get an equipment item that is presumably good, but none of our characters can use it. So that kind of sucks. But we've run into probably 4 or 5 of those guys. So presumably they all have different items that they drop, and they don't all just give the same thing. I was thinking it was maybe going to be kind of like, you know, Skies of Arcadia or other RPGs where those types of enemies give you like a rare item that's worth a lot of money, or you know, gives you like a stat boost or something, like, you know, an elixir or something that's like a consumable but rare. That's what I was expecting them to drop, not a unique piece of equipment. So there's no way you battle this guy 10 times and he gives you the same armor piece that's part of a set every time, you know. Oh, you're new. That's the guy we brought from the Knights Academy. I think it's funny that we can just bring along random people that aren't recruit characters. I'm trying to find my room here. This is my ship, but for some reason I can not always find my way around. Alright, now we're rested. Let's save again, because if I remember correctly, there is another one of these guys here. I'm gonna just stay in the same save slot. That's fine. I cascade my saves in case I run into, like, potential soft-locked points. It's just kind of a best practice slash paranoid practice with older RPGs especially. It rarely, like, necessitates itself, but sometimes it comes in handy at least. Okay, back to Iluya. Ness is the best character, so that checks out. I mean, I'm very partial to Ness as well, Carp, but according to the official Smash Wiki tier list, he is far from the best character. But I'm interested to see how the CPU tier list compares to the human tier list. Obviously, I don't expect it to be the same. Okay, so healing at the bed there not only restored our HP, but it also restores our mana charges. There's no MP in these games. It's more like Dungeons & Dragons or Final Fantasy I, where you have to... or you can only use each spell a certain number of times depending on what level it is. I don't prefer systems like this, but I've gotten used to it. So we need to get our spells back if we're going to fight another one of those guys. I'm going to assume that they're all the same, so now that we can kill one of them, I'm assuming we can kill all of them, and that they all have about 2,500 to 3,000 HP. And these guys actually are no slouch, so I'm gonna fight them, even though they're really pesky. But I need to not use any magic. I need to save my magic for the Kuribos. We lost Kate. That's okay. We're not gonna revive her. We're just gonna keep pressing on here. We have 2 archers. This is a little dicey, but we just saved on the off chance. Maybe I shouldn't go after the captain first. My logic was going after the captain first because they throw out the buff spell, but there's no way I can kill them before they throw out the buff spell. So I should just go after the weaker characters first. Okay, and then luckily characters are revived after battle, which is great because the Phoenix Down equivalent in this game is not the cheapest item in the world. But we can easily just, you know, potion them after they come back with 1 HP at the end of the battle. Not a big deal. Okay, we're also here because there are some recruitable characters. And we weren't able to get all of them the last time we were here. So we're going to see if we can get them now. My Backlog baby is upset again. I might need to bring him in here and put him in the bouncer. I'm not exactly sure why he's upset right now. He's sending mixed signals. Okay, this must be the other Kuribo. So we're gonna do Angel Hairball. Sorry, I keep calling them Kuribo. I don't know why. I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in like 15 years. Gobi's going to check on him. That's very sweet. But she can't do anything. So let me start this battle, and I'm gonna go grab him really quick. Alright. One thing that I'm anxious to figure out with him is whether or not he likes white noise or silence better. We haven't figured that out yet. Sometimes it seems like he prefers silence, sometimes it seems like he prefers white noise. Right now, it's very obvious to me that he is tired and wants to sleep. But I can't tell if he's not falling, if he's like fussing and not falling asleep because it's too loud or because it's too quiet. Because he's failed in both configurations. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing we did last time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So we're gonna do the big fire spell. We're gonna do Shrike Rune. And then next turn we'll throw out our AoE heal. And the buff, assuming that he uses AoE magic. And we'll just, you know, do napkin math in our head. This thing has about 2,500 HP, maybe 3,000. Okay, here's the AoE. We only have 2 AoE heals. Last time that was enough, so... now we're going to switch to Blazing Wall. Do that 2 times. And we're going to do Kindness Rain here. Or actually, Would this be smarter? Oh no, I can't do this. That's right. Boy, I'm craving the day. So if you look at these numbers across the bottom of the bottom row here, so Kate is the character on the far right, whose turn it currently is, and I'm choosing her action. You see the 8520, and then below it 8521. Those are my mana charges. And I have 4 levels of magic. Level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. And then those numbers are the number of times I can use magic of that level. So, Kate has 3 rune slots, which means I can give her 3 different kinds of magic. I can give her, let's say I give her water, fire, and earth, right? And then each one of those kinds of magic, each one of those runes, will have a level 1 spell. But if I use one of my level 1 earth spells, for example, that 8 is going to go down to 7, right? It doesn't mean that I can use my earth spell 8 times and my fire spell 8 times and my water spell 8 times. It means between the 3 runes that I have equipped, I can do a total of 8 level 1 actions. And I have to decide which ones are which element, which ones are the most important. Or if you burn up all of your water slots because you need to heal a bunch, then oh no, I can't do any of my attack spells because I used up all of my level 1 or all my level 2, right? So that far right number, the 0 over the 1, that's my level 4 mana charge. And there's this cool mechanic in the game where when you have 2 characters that have coinciding abilities or character arcs or whatever it may be, you can get these special combo attacks that are kind of like a level 5 spell that you wouldn't otherwise have access to. And it uses up both characters' level 4 mana charge. So Laszlo, our player character on the far left, you can see has a 7420. That 0 is because we used up our level 4 to do that big fire attack. And we did that big fire attack with Kate on the far right, and that's why her level 4 is a 0. So if we ever got to a point where her max mana charges were 2 for level 4 instead of currently being 1, we would be able to do a combo attack between Kate and Laszlo like we just did, and a combo attack between Kate and Mizuki, because they also have a combo attack. So I'm hoping Kate is a great mage. She has the best like magic charges out of any character we've recruited so far. So I'm just hoping and praying that her level 4 goes up to 2 at some point, because I really like this party. This party is incredibly balanced and really great. Bartholomew is a little useless for this particular fight, just because this thing has really high physical defense, but that's not a problem. Anyways, that's a quick little primer on how magic works in these games. I never really had any success with the combo spells in 1 and 2 because the game doesn't explain it to you at all. And this game doesn't explain it either, but it at least makes sense when I see it on my screen. I don't know how you're supposed to figure out who has combo attacks other than just playing around. Did that do any damage? I didn't even see a number. That was weird. One more blazing wall. Physical attack. Shrike rune. And the shredding. Whittly whittly. Yeah, if we could find a decent rune that Bartholomew is able to use, this party would be pretty unstoppable. Because he has mana charges. He just doesn't have a rune on him right now. We should give him a lightning rune. I don't know why we didn't. I know his magic stat is pretty low. Maybe that's why. I'd certainly rather give a lightning rune to Kate or Mizuki. But three runes is a tough one, because you never know what you're going to need. Okay, now we're going to switch to using Eternal Ordeal. Regular attack. The best thing we could find for for Bartholomew would be a physical rune. We could give him like counter rune and then something like Mizuki's Shrike rune where you just use it over and over and over, but it's more powerful than a regular attack. That would be premium. And then let's see. We'll have you heal yourself, Kate. Yeah, it's like D&D, Halo Killer. I've never played D&D, but I've played enough RPGs that have this system and have had enough people be like, that's what D&D is like, for me to confidently know that that's how it works. Okay, let's see. Another Eternal Ordeal attack. Let's do a Kindness Drops for Laszlo and the Shredding. It should be dead this turn or the next turn. Assuming it has the same amount of HP as the last one, which I am. This is the first game you've seen a magic system like that? Interesting. Well, Final Fantasy I has it. And most people are familiar with Final Fantasy I. I'm trying to think of another one that has it. I haven't played a lot of them that have it. But yeah, all the Suikoden games so far have it. Yeah, I mean, FF1 took basically everything from D&D. I've said this many times before, but I'll continue to say it. Final Fantasy I is the least Final Fantasy of all Final Fantasies. Let's see, we need to rebuff. He's almost dead, so we probably don't need this, but just to be safe. Never played one? You hopefully will once you get the FF collection. Yeah, let us know what you think, Halo Killer. There's a lot of people who don't really like Final Fantasy that like Final Fantasy I. It's quite different. It's a very quaint and straightforward game. Depending on which version you play, it can be very mechanically clunky, which some people actually like. Oh, we're getting wide. Stretch it out, everybody. Get nice and wide. Ooh, yeah. Feel that width. That's good. You ever feel like your aspect ratio is just slightly off some days? Feel a little wide. Oh, we're coming back, though. All right, we're restored. That's good. That was a good wide. Thank you, Draconics. Thank you for wide. You think 3 and 4. You think you played Final Fantasy 3 and 4? And then 6, 7, 10, 12, 13. Those are all the Final Fantasies you've played, Halo Killer? Is that what you're saying? That's a good number of Final Fantasies to have played. Let's see, we're out of shredding, so... Thank you for biggest Tektite in the universe. Holy God. Very good Tektite. Partway through 15. You really disliked 15. Yeah, don't get me started on 15. Wait, did I do the right thing there? I was exerting so much effort to make sure that I didn't get mad about Final Fantasy 15 that I second-guessed my turn. You only played FF1 as an adult after playing countless JRPGs. There we go, we got him. You were really surprised how FF1 was really halfway between a Western RPG and JRPG. The evolution of JRPGs as a genre has never really been clear to me before then. Yeah. It is interesting. Oh, we got a piece of armor from a different set. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. Everything up by 5. Defense up 42. Oh my lord. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. Yeah, we're putting that on. Putting that one on right away. Okay. That's incredible. Well, that first piece of armor we got didn't bode very well, but that one's real good stuff. We got a shocky lizard guy. Surprised we weren't able to run away from him for free. Okay. So there's this screen and there's one other screen. I think we got the character that was on this screen, but we haven't gotten the character that's on the next screen. There were two on the next screen, and I think we got one of them and had to leave the other behind. Backlog baby is sleeping nicely now. And that doesn't necessarily mean that he wanted to be around noise because it's noisy in here and he's sleeping. He's sleeping because I'm bouncing him. And he can't resist to the bouncer. So we still don't know if he prefers noise or not. We're figuring that one out. Okay, yeah, there was a character here. We got them. So we're gonna go this way. We were waiting for the FF collection to be more affordable physically for PS4, but then they did port it digitally to Xbox. You're not sure which one you want to get it on. Yeah, they didn't make it super easy to get those physically, did they? They're gonna do another print though, right? Something like that. Well, here's one person. Have you brought the flower seed I asked for yet? No, I don't know what it is. Flower seed. What is he talking about? I remember writing this guy down now that he says that. I should have just looked at this sheet when I was thinking about coming here. Yeah, here he is. Izak. Elia Ruins needs flower seed. We got Natalie here, who's the window girl. And oh, we got Kate here. Because we were with Mizuki. That was so lucky. Yeah, Kate is like our best character. Very happy about that. So yeah, Izak is the only character that's here. Well, that's okay. It was totally worth it to come here for that piece of armor. So we're now going to use our item to warp out. And now what I want to do is go kill more angel hairballs. That's what I want to do. I want to see what else we can get from them. Their drops are probably scaled with where they are in the game, if I had to wager a guess. But maybe not. There was one in a very early area. I remember where it was. I remember what dungeon it's in, not exactly where it is. Actually, we might not be able to get to that one right now that I think about it, because that was in Obel. And Obel is like the one place that we can't go to right now because it was taken over by Kuluk. Let me go back through my notes here really quick and see if I can figure out where else we found one. I think the one that I'm thinking of was the first one that we saw. My early notes are so confusing because I was writing people, characters in there too. We have a separate sheet for that now. I'm trying to find the spot that has the one that I'm thinking of. This is all still early stuff. Where is Obel? When did we get to Obel? Here we go. We're getting to Obel. Met a whole bunch of people. We met like Knots. I didn't write anything about it. Because this is where it would be. Because these are notes that are specifically about seeing it for the first time. Oh, here it is. Obel Ruins, Angel Hairball and Chest left behind. Window set 2 found. From a different chest, I'm assuming. Yeah, that was the first one. Have we seen any others besides these two? That's what I'm struggling to remember. And if we did see other ones, did I write them down? I'm not confident that I did. I'm gonna stop bouncing baby boy for a little bit and see if he stays asleep. They're usually in dungeons, and we haven't been in very many dungeons, so that immediately narrows it down quite a bit. There would be that small area outside the pirate hermitage. Yeah, he woke up immediately. Okay. There's the whole Eleanor arc. These may be the only angel hairballs we've seen so far. These may be the only ones. I'm sure there's more than 3 in the whole game. I don't think we saw one at Nay. That was the only other area I was thinking there might have been one. Because I was remembering the Kuluk soldiers, which we saw a lot of there, but they were also here. So I think that's why I'm thinking that. Yeah, and then we're back up to today. Alright. Well, let me write down... defeated both Angel Hairball at Iluya Ruins. Got 2 armor pieces. Alright. Let's see here. Let's drop another save with that done. That was a nice milestone. And maybe we'll head towards our next story objective here. The map is making it clear where we need to go. So that's nice. Oh, actually, you know what? Well, how much money do I have? I only have like 90k, right? I have 100k. I remember everybody's next weapon upgrade was 27,000. I could do that. Oh, it's raining. That's right, it always rains at Ilia. So we're supposed to go to the Nest of Pirates. Let's do that. Let's see what's going on down there. Are we going to run into snow again? Are Kika and the gang going to have some kind of new objective for us? I don't think Katarina's still there since she went back to Razoril with us. Oh, we haven't checked the comment box today. Let's do that. There's probably a lot in here. Just kidding, there's only one. Thank you for letting me on board the caffeine. You're welcome, Katarina. She's a woman of few words. $75 for the physical FF collection. Is that marked up? Just making sure Gobi's chewing on something she's supposed to be chewing on, and she is. Where are we going? We're going to... Oh, I can't warp to the pirate place either, but I can warp right next to it, so... Go to Hermitage Island, and a short little sail. Short little jaunt. This was one of the other places where I was thinking we maybe found one of those angel hairballs. Oh, you know what? I wonder if there's a way to find the abandoned island that we were on for a while. I haven't even thought about that until just now. Because that's not charted on our map. But presumably it exists somewhere in this world. And there was stuff that you could get there, so maybe you could, like, revisit it. If you find it. Alright. Now we have the joys of sailing around obstacles here. Little crabbies. If you're strong enough to run away for free, it'll say the retreat command will change to release, which is really nice. I wish more RPGs had that, or something like it. Because you always assume, like, okay, if these guys are weak enough, I should be able to get away just fine. But not every RPG works the same way. Sometimes it's just a RNG. It doesn't matter what the enemy is. Sometimes there's scaling. Sometimes it's based on your stats, but not the enemy stats. Every game is a little bit different. So this is where we met our pirate friends. We have had bad things happen here before, too. We did get attacked here once. So it's certainly possible. But being that we just did a ship battle, I don't think that's what's going to happen here. But we'll see. Go in. The sailing is neat in concept, but not well executed. Oh, new character, Tanya.
We are getting nowhere with this. I am just looking for a woman named Eleanor. Do you understand me?
Nah, I don't. We don't got anyone like that.
Do you know where she is? If you don't know her, that's okay.
Do you have some business with Ms. Eleanor?
If you would be so kind, could you help me find someone who knows Lady Eleanor? You know her, don't you? Please tell me. I came all this way with intentions of becoming her apprentice. Lady Eleanor is my hero. I am constantly reading and studying so that I might become even a little like her. But ultimately, self-teaching has its limitations, which is why I ask, can you introduce me to her? I will follow you even if you say no. I have quite a bit of luggage, but it's just books.
Okay, new character met and recruited all in the same text box. Love it. Tanya. Pirate hideout. Aspires to Eleanor. I don't have a lot of room to write there, so try to be succinct. Plus, it's mainly intended for me to write the way to recruit the character, not how they were recruited. I don't care so much about that. Alright, these are all normies. But I don't think that's why we came here. Surely that's not the only reason. It could be the only reason that we came here. Nope. Here we go.
Well, drink up.
I will, even if you don't tell me to. I see your dwelling is as dank and damp as it ever was.
Puppies.
That goes for you, too.
Why are they being so snotty?
Now, is it finally time?
Kika has a lower back tattoo.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want with that information.
It's finally time. Time for us to reclaim the kingdom of Obel.
Oh, snap.
We have assembled a decent amount of forces. We should now be a good match for the fleet that has secured the kingdom.
Taking back control of the kingdom will be a big step forward for us.
The guy in the pink vest is the king of
But
Obel.
driving out the Kuluk from these waters won't be easy. So then, will you return the golden seal you were entrusted with earlier?
Wait, why would I do that? You, like, created a ruse to make me win it, even though it wasn't legitimate. Why would I give it back?
Should be in your hands, King of Obel. I'm sure you'll need it to rule your kingdom in the future.
We handed over the golden seal. Alright.
Don't worry. You're already a great leader, even without that thing.
Of course.
I agree.
That's right. Sorry for checking so many times, but you've made up your mind, haven't you? Think a little bit about what you'll do if the worst should ever happen.
What does that mean? Like, if I die? Or if you all betray me? Like, what exactly are you alluding to? Oh, it's a bird. Where is this?
Please, help. Huh? Who's there? It's me. The governor.
Oh.
What did you say?
Where is this? What is Ramada doing by himself?
Are you sure you want to entrust me with this?
It doesn't matter who, if I can just stop Kray's insurrection. And if possible, let His Majesty know.
I understand. I will do whatever I can.
Okay, so Troy and Colton were right that the governor is being suppressed, possibly poisoned.
What are you doing here?
Uh-oh. That sounds like Graham Cray. Where was this? Why was he by himself? Dang it, Ramada. Okay. So, let's catch up on some notes here. It's now time to take back Obel. Troy and Colton appear to have been correct in their suspicion. The governor of Kaluk, by the way, he didn't specify in that scene. The governor of Kaluk is in prison and is either weak, ill, or poisoned. Ramada finds the governor and agrees to deliver his message. But Ramada is discovered by someone who sounds like Cray. Cray is kind of our main bad guy right now. Alright, let's check the map now. So our next destination is Obel. So this is pretty significant. It's so wild how much of this map is unexplored, though. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to drop a save. And we're just going to do an experiment here. We are going to plot a course dead east to the edge of the map. And I want to see if we see anything, whether it's new enemies or an uncharted island. And if it's a bust, obviously we can just reset. Or if we run into something scary that we don't want to run into, we can reset. But I would like to get a feel for where we are at in the game. Like, it kind of, like, the story stuff that's happening feels like we are heading towards the third act. You know, like, our characters are around level 50, which is pretty high. The story stuff is, like, kind of heating up and getting closer and closer to us achieving some, like, very major goals. Wow, that third ship is actually with us on the map. That's so cool. I'm glad I took time to reset and do that fight last week. It definitely mattered. So I don't want to, like, sail to Obel and then suddenly realize, oh, the game is over. And I didn't explore, like, half of the map. I just don't know, like, you know, if we're only, like, halfway through the game, or we're approaching, like, halfway through the game, and the game is gonna, like, send me to more new locations, then sure, that's fine, I can wait. But without knowing that, I'm a little nervous. The draw distance isn't very far, so you can't see super far to be able to, like, see things off in the distance, unfortunately. So it makes it very difficult to uncover this map. The field of view is incredibly small. And also the way that the water kind of, like, pivots as you pan the camera can sometimes fool you into thinking that you saw something that, like, just moved out of your field of view. But I'm going to be very strict here. And only take sure things. See, like, right there, that looks like something. But is it? I don't know. If there were no battles out here, I would just explore the whole map and uncover the whole map, like, diligently. Yeah, and see that right there? That looks like something. But I don't think it is. It's just some weird artifacting in the skybox or something. There's those possum bats. Okay, so let's go back on our course here. Stick to that line. At least all the enemies we're running into are free to run away. It's like trying to shiny hunt in the newest Pokemon games. I think that would be significantly worse than this, personally. But that's just me. Shiny hunting is something else, man. Hitting small Pokemon is random battles. I see what you're saying. Small draws distance. Alright, dead east again. Stay on a swivel. Yeah, it is funny, I guess, in the newer games where you can see the Pokemon in the overworld, so you do have a little bit of that, like, illusory effect where you think you might be seeing something, but you're not sure if you're seeing something, but you gotta investigate it. because of the nature of the type of thing you're doing, where you don't want to take chances. Or you could be like me on my first playthrough of Violet, and you could just accidentally step on a shiny that you didn't even know was there because it was the same color as the ground. That was pretty amazing. And it happened to be one of my favorite Pokemon. But I've only intentionally shiny hunted one time. See, that looks like something. It's so compelling, and I'm so tempted to sail towards it. It looks like a cloud. But then you sail towards it, and it just stays on the horizon. It's not there. That just totally looks like something. There's two of them. Scarlet was your first random full odds shiny, and it happens twice. It's kind of hard to call Scarlet Violet full odds at this point. Because they don't... I mean, full odds for that game. Absolutely. But the odds have... really, really gotten better. And better and better. Sailing towards the something cloud is a vibe? Yeah. How many great Central European and European men have done that over the years that we'll never know about because they didn't come back. Where are we at? Getting closer. But yeah, it's just wild how much of this map that there is, and how many like other places that we have heard about that sound like major cities or islands or countries. But the game has never taken us in that direction. If it felt like we were still at the beginning of the game, it wouldn't be as strange. But to be this far into the game and have only been to like 6 places on this massive, massive map is really strange. It has me inclined to believe that there's just a bunch of nothing out here. But there's got to be something. But scrubbing this entire map would be such a pain. It would take like years off of my life to do. It's not like Wind Waker. Oh, and you... Wait, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Are you serious? The world of Suikoden IV is flat. I can't sail from here to here? I can't wrap around? That's nutty mode. I mean, I can teleport. So that's fine, but like... That's so weird. For all the things that this game can do, world wrapping, I would have expected to be on the list. If they were so great, why didn't they come back? The most toxic take about explorers. How can you call them a conquistador if they didn't conquer anything? That emote. Yeah, he just rolled in his grave, Gad. Yeah, what if you set out and sailed to sail across the ocean, and you just got to a certain point in the ocean and it looked like there was plenty more ocean beyond where you were, and then just some invisible all-binding force just manually turned your boat slowly around. Some God-guided invisible wall mechanic in the real world. It's just like, nope, can't. Alright, yep, can't go that way. So we're gonna go due west now. Yeah, Truman Show. That would be even more surreal. Good plan, Space. They'll get the truth where it needs to go. Yeah, we'll get you a nice write-up in the National Enquirer. Sounds like the lady is home. Or my neighbors, maybe. Can't tell. There's definitely a car door closing, which means my dogs are gonna freak out. Yeah, look at all these little clouds. They're so deceiving. Because when you sail up to an island, that's the first thing you see is like a little dark line that's like the top of the island. And then the rest of it comes into view. It would be wild to discover that they did that intentionally. To like give you the feeling of mirage as you sail around looking for stuff. Alright, we're going to do this for a couple more minutes, probably until I get to the edge of the map. And then it's going to be where we call it for today. I was hoping we'd find something. I wasn't just doing this to stall. But next week we will do story progress. We will head towards Obel. We'll drop a save. That way, you know, if it does feel like we're getting locked into like end game or whatever, we can just back out. Oh, these are different enemies. Demon Hairball. Hello. Let's see how strong they are. I can't see how much damage they're doing to me, so that's a problem. Alright, we killed one. Okay, they're not doing very much. But seeing a different enemy mob gives me hope. I don't know why Twitch says I have no ad snoozes. I haven't snoozed a single ad today. Let me snooze. Thank you. I use all my snoozes right at the end of the stream. I think I know where we're going to raid, but let me take a look here. Oh, is that a new enemy? Spiny Gecko. I don't think it's new. Let's go for that guy first. He dodged me. I guess I do believe that a lizard would be able to dodge a spear pretty well. Yeah, he's pretty strong. I think that came from the hairball, though. That AoE magic. So we just gotta watch out for that. These hairballs and their AoE magic, man. Man, there's so many cool people online. A lot of great choices. Alright, we're down to one. We can auto now. Okay, hold that thought. Still selecting a raid target. I want to get to the edge of the map here before we close. Oh, that is definitely an island. Now watch, I'm going to open my map and it's going to be something I've already been to before. Oh, it's new! It's new! Something new! We found something new! And it looks snowy. The excitedness of my voice has alarmed Gobi. She has this weird thing about the cadence of my voice. Like if I haven't talked in a while, she might bark at me. Or if I talk like across the house and she thinks I'm on the phone or talking to somebody who's here and she doesn't know it, she'll bark. Or if I speak with like a certain cadence that's not familiar to her, like if I get really excited about something, or if I'm talking to the baby, which she's not used to yet, she'll bark. It's really weird. She'll also like forget that I'm in the house. She'll be laying in the bed for like hours and hours and hours downstairs, and then I'll be up here at the computer working on something or doing whatever, and I'm not making any noise, and then I'll like come down the stairs and she'll be like someone's like intruding. And it's like, dude, it's me. I live here. Who do you think is here? There's something here. Let me land. We're kind of low on health. We're gonna focus on the demons, but let's do an AoE heal. Snooze this ad one more time. Cool. Now we can auto. Ooh, Stone of Strength. That's a nice pickup. That's like a seed in Dragon Quest, permanent increase. Okay, let me save really quick. We're gonna drop a separate one here. And then let me see if I can hit this entry point here. Come on. Oh, come on. Let me in. All right, we're not going to fight these guys. What is it? What is that? Doesn't look like a town. It looks like we can make landfall. All right. What do we got? Limestone Shelf Island. Well, this is pretty. It doesn't look like there's anything here. But we found something, and maybe we can warp here later. There's probably some recruits associated with it. Maybe there's some items hiding around. So we'll start with this next week and see if we can find anything here. I'm inclined to believe that there's nothing in this game that is nothing. This exists for a reason. So, there's even a special song playing. But we're gonna raid out. It's time for me to shut down for the day. I got some chores to do. The lady will be home soon. And, you know, we gotta do things. So who are we going to raid? Yeah, thank y'all for being here. Today was good. Thank you again to Megan and the Raiders for coming through. And we had a couple other raids come through as well. Thank you all for coming through. Really appreciate it. I will be back on Sunday. The lady and I will be streaming Telltale Batman together for our point-and-click bonus streams that you guys periodically unlock. We're well on our way to unlocking another one, actually. I think we're about halfway. Yep, there's the bar on your screen. We're about halfway to unlocking another point-and-click stream. That would be the finale of Batman, and then it'll be time to pick another point-and-click game for us to play on Sundays. And then I'll be back on Tuesday with more Pikmin and more Suikoden on Friday. All right, I have no idea what's going on over at Jackie's. Thought she was going to be playing Xenogears, but her and Lydia are doing something. So let's go say hello, see what's going on. If you're in Jackie's Discord like I am, we are doing a Batman comic reading club. Or if you're in my Discord but not Jackie's Discord and you want to be part of a Batman comic reading club, we're going to do some read-throughs of some classic Batman graphic novels. You can read them digitally, you can read them pirated, you can read them physically, whatever you want to do. We're going to give ourselves a week to read them through, and then another week to like write thoughts and write-ups if we want to do so, but you don't have to do so. And I think it's going to be really fun. I'm super excited about it. We're going to be starting with Haunted Night, as in K-N-I-G-H-T, dark K-N-I-G-H-T kind of. Let me just type it out here. Haunted Night is the comic we're going to start with. I'm going to hit the button here. But yeah, thank y'all for being here. Really appreciate it. It's always a fun time. Thank you for the support. As I said earlier, I'm not working anymore. and all the support through Twitch means a heck of a lot more than it ever has before. I'm not destitute or anything like that. The lady is very, very gainfully employed, and we love our beautiful, amazing breadwinner, the lady. Very fortunate that I'm able to stay home with Backlog Baby. It's cushier than I deserve, but I love it. That went way faster than I was expecting.